name is Kerry Holzman. Today is Tuesday, March the 5th, 2019. Welcome in. We've got a brand new build and a special guest. Let me bring out my good friend, ladies and gentlemen, Mitch Morrison.
Hey guys, hey guys.
Happy birthday! It's a special day.
Yeah, it is a special day. It is.
You're starting to catch up to me.
It is.
Not in height, but in
right. But it is my birthday today, and so I thought to honor it, I would do a brand new desktop build here.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
And why? What's going on? What is the purpose of this computer?
How's our sound, folks? Is that good? I mean, somebody said that there was some sound issues.
That's
but
because you're the only one wearing the microphone, and when you were back there,
okay,
they could barely hear me.
Okay.
Yeah.
This actually is going to be my fourth build. I've built a full, what is it? They call it a mid tower, a full tower, and then I've built a mini ATX. I have not built a micro. But why I'm doing this build is I've signed up for Cox GigaBlast, right? GigaBlast, I think is what it is. And I'm not, my last desktop that I built, I'm only getting a download speed of like 350. The upload is 40, which is what I should be getting, but I'm only getting, instead of 1,000, I'm only getting 350. And so I had Cox guys come out and they plugged a meter into my modem and showed me that they are, from the modem to their meter is about 960. And they said, that's what you should be getting. And I'm like, yeah, but you can't explain that your meter is 960, but I'm only getting 350 on this machine. And so they're blaming it on the machine being 5 years old. Yet,
well, that's possible.
Yet I checked all the parts in terms of good. It's good. Is a brand new router.
And it did work for a little while though, didn't it?
For 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks,
and then I got it.
It stopped again.
It stopped. Yeah. And so they're blaming it on the desktop. So I thought, as a birthday gift to myself, I would build it, a brand new one, and then plug it in. And then if I'm only getting the 350, I will have to have a technician out, and he can explain to me why, with a brand new machine with these parts that you see, I'm not getting the speed that I'm paying for, because it is quite a lot of money that I'm paying, and I'm not getting service.
Yeah, why pay for it?
If I'm not getting it.
So I wore my birthday shirt for you today.
Okay, Skull. Okay,
yeah,
all right. Yeah.
I wear this for Mitch's birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mitch is the only one wearing a microphone. I just got the audio fixed, so I don't want to go through all that again.
Yeah. So he has to speak there. Yeah. Speaking
we're going to just be like this the whole time. You be the left hand. I'll be the right hand.
Yeah.
So we're adding a second microphone is not easy. You either have to get a mixer or you have to buy a separate mic pack, which I do have, which then requires me to start all over with audio leveling. So Mitch will do all the talking. I'm going to work the camera.
Okay.
Right. And if you want to tag out at any point, I'll jump in and you can work the camera.
Okay. Because I'm very old now. So yeah.
What?
I'm very old.
So
I'm a lot older than Kerry. All right. So yeah.
There's a joke in there somewhere.
Yeah. So let me.
What are we building?
Okay. What we're going to build is I'll go over the parts here. This is an
Here, let me grab a camera and
sure.
do this. We'll try. We'll get a little warm up here and see if I got steady hands today. Now this is going to be fun. Let's try this.
But here, you need your keyboard for OBS.
Just the mouse.
Just the mouse. Yeah.
Thank you. And let's select that right there. Hey, look at this.
Yay! Yeah. Okay. Starting out with the CPU. Can you see it? Yeah. That's i7.
Bring it down a little bit so we can see your face.
Oh, i7. That's why I was recovering. No, i7. Yeah, put it back. We're using an i7-8700, and instead of the K, I'm not a gamer or overclock. This has Kerry an onboard graphics.
And it comes with a heatsink.
And so I thought this would be a good
Show the
choice.
thickness of that box. That's how you can tell if it comes with a heatsink or not, the thickness of that box. CPUs that don't come with heatsinks from Intel anyway, they're much thinner. But you're not going to use that heatsink, right?
No.
What are you going to
No.
use?
I'm going to use a Carey favorite, the Mugen 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How come? Did I
Because-
brainwash you?
Because
I'm an influencer.
recommended by Carey. So that, for our RAM, here's some Ripjaws, G.SKILL, two 8 gigabit sticks, DDR4 3400.
3400.
Yeah.
That's fast.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll definitely have to remember to put XMP on.
Okay, and then for just the operating system, I've never tried one of these, so
How come you didn't go NVMe? What's up with that?
I just thought, it was, I didn't really need it, that this is just the operating system going on that. I think, didn't you say the speed versus the price is, you're not really getting the difference, so.
I don't know, Mitch. I think we're going to have to change that to something faster.
Oh,
I might have something in the back office. Maybe you and I can make a trade.
okay. For our motherboard, kind of your go-to
Ah, yes.
Asus Prime 370ZA.
Yep. Good board.
And for storage, I just brought a Western Digital 2 terabyte for storage. Now the case here that I'm using is this is a Corsair 450D,
Okay.
and I kind of like it because, again, I have carpeting in my place, and this has legs that kind of gets it up off of the carpeting, so you don't choke your your power supply.
What are we using for a power supply?
For a power supply today,
You started without me, didn't you?
yeah, I did. We're using what are we using? A Corsair.
Okay.
That's
That was a good price.
that was a real good price, and it's unfortunately
Full up.
full.
It's not a modular.
No, which is much easier to build with, but
Modular is easier to build.
but it was a good price, and at 750 watts, I think it's more than what we need. So
And the case window? Was that something you were going for?
no, not really. No, and I think they do make a model now where you can order it with without the window.
Okay, I was just
on
curious.
it. Yeah, and I'm not a big RGB guy, but again, I like the case. Now, what I will tell you is I have replaced the fans that came with its stock with some higher end.
Wait a minute, those light up, don't they?
They do not light. They do not light up. No,
Sure?
I'm
That one
100%.
looks like it lights
No,
up.
that.
Those clear blades.
All
right, we'll find
Okay,
out.
yeah, and so.
RGB and case window, I think you're pulling one.
Right. No. Birthday trick. So no. So why don't we?
Hey, why don't you grab one of those little tiny arcade? Those are fun size
Oh.
arcade games back there. Let's take a look at those.
Okay.
Just as a little. How are we gonna pull Pac-Man out?
Here. Let me turn it on. Yeah. Are we gonna get a copyright?
No.
No.
Story of my life. Those are like $12 or $13 at Amazon, and yeah, you'll see. I always wanted my own arcade. I just should have been a lot more specific when I made my wish. We got Frogger over there. What else is there?
Donkey Kong and Galaxy.
Dig Dug.
Dig Dog.
Not Donkey Kong.
Not Donkey Kong.
Galaxian, and then that matches the Galaxian sign.
Yeah.
Over there. Pretty
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Yeah. Well, since we have the power supply already installed, I think why don't we put in the I/O shield? What do you think?
Yeah. Sounds good to me. I have a couple contributions I want to give some shouts out. I'll talk a bit loudly so Mitch's microphone can pick me up. Thomas Carter's contributed £2. He says, good to see you again, Mitch. Steve Caruso's contributed $25. He says, enjoy that Coke. Love your videos. They inspired me to build mini PCs for friends and family. Thank you, Steve. Randall Black's contributed $5, and Dean Browning has contributed $20. Thank you guys so much for your contributions. I'll make sure that these Steve's on Get everybody? Tony Wallows contributed $4.99. And Tony, yesterday some pens arrived and the label tape. Thank you so much. You saw my production wish list and sent me some items, which was really kind. I know if I project my voice that way, the microphone will pick me up, but then they see the back of my head. David Griswold contributed $10. Superman G $5. Dean Browning $20. Randall Black. I'll tell you what, let me try something with this microphone. I just want to, just to see if people hate it or not.
Okay.
Hang on a minute here, guys. Let's try something. Move this over a little bit. Microphone. Okay, I don't know how that's going to impact, oops, what I hit. Okay, so for people who are wondering what the heck I'm doing, I've told the camera to use its in-camera microphone for 50% of the audio and to use your microphone for 50% of the audio. So they should hear me better, but maybe not hear you as well. Let's find out if it's better or worse before we get started on the build. We're just gonna try that out. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so we'll see if my mic cuts out 50% or people sound, say that I sound good.
Or maybe if you and I talk together,
Right.
you'll hear the difference with me not wearing a microphone and you wearing a
microphone.
Yeah, what do you guys think of that? People seem to like it much better.
Okay.
And that's an easy setting I can put back
Yeah.
when I'm back by myself without having to reconfigure. Oh wow, everybody's on board. Thank you guys.
Okay.
Good.
All right.
All right, let's start all over again.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, my good friend, Mitch Morrison.
Okay. All right. So here's the I/O shield.
Have another caffeine here.
And did you want me to turn it around so they can see?
We're actually on a delayed feed. Let me bring up the main feed. There we go.
Okay. And like
Let me put my Coke down,
Okay.
and I can get the camera again. I wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to get over their motion sickness
Okay.
before we bring it back. Okay. And I will bring in, let's see, we're going to go from that angle there, are we? Camera 2. Oh. Got to pick the right input. Here we go.
Okay. And as Carrie always says, the holes typically go towards the bottom of the case, correct?
The smallest holes down there.
Right.
These are like for your speakers, but it depends on the case. Some cases are inverted, but most cases that is the orientation. The good news is if you get it wrong, it's no big deal to pop it out and flip it around.
Okay.
How many times have you done this, Mitch?
This is my 4th build.
All right. I expect no mistakes.
Okay. No pressure.
Cut your hair off.
Okay. Not my strength.
Every mistake you make.
Not my strength. Yeah, gets one locks cut off. you have to go by feel,
Yeah.
and I'm not feeling.
I'm not feeling it.
I'm not feeling. The bottom seems to be. It's just the top, yeah, that doesn't. So we'll start again. I don't know. What am I doing wrong here?
Well, yeah, I think you're feeling a little pressure and rush. Just kind of take a deep breath.
Okay.
Relax. There's only 18,000 people watching live right now. Minus 17,416.
Are you sure this is your fourth build? You really don't know what's
specific with what the first build was.
Yeah, you really don't look like you know what you're doing. Okay.
My first build was
yeah.
a 286.
Yeah, Commodore. All right.
I should have referenced the year that you did those builds. My first build was a Heath kit.
I just can't.
Never give up, never give in, never let them see you sweat. Somehow this became an Axe body spray commercial.
Yeah.
Someone's going to throw their underwear at me and I'm going to find out it's mine.
Yeah, here, you want to swap up?
You want it? Yeah, here, grab the camera. Yeah. You might have to get on your knees to film me though.
Okay.
It's a little height difference. Alright.
Please help the birthday boy out.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm happy to help. I also like how this is all foil back here, although there's still, you got to watch these little tabs when we put the motherboard in, because if these fold down when you put the board in, when you put the slots in, if these fold down, you basically have to take the whole board out again. And so I like to bend these up as a preventive measure. Just bend these up a little bit. I wish they didn't have these. These are little grounding straps that I'm referring to. And like I say, when you put the board in, boy, it's nice having a cameraman. What are you doing tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right. And the day after that. Yeah. And the day after that. And will you work for 7 1,000ths of a penny every 30 days? It's in. I should have made that. Hold on. Let me just. I feel bad that went in so easy for me. So let me just. Oh no.
I'm struggling, yeah.
I don't know why it won't go in. Oh no. Oh, just, this is going to backfire on me and I'm going to actually try and put it in and I'm really going to struggle now and I should have quit when I was ahead. But anything for the joke. So here's what I do. I put in this bottom part first, right? And you'll see it's got a little lip and I want that lip to stick out all the way around. So I start with the bottom. And I'm using this hand to brace the case, and I'm using this finger and my thumb down here to hold that in. Then I'm going, and I'm kind of pushing it as I slowly work my way to the top. And when I work my way to the top, I'm going to use these two fingers, I'm going to push it down and in. Down and in. And then I'm going to put a lot of pressure on each corner, and you should hear it click. Listen. See that corner? There it is. Did you hear it? And my fingers are like that, pushing that side in and down at the same time. So I'm kind of going at it like that. It's a little bit of a developed skill. Like, removing the bottle top from a beer with your teeth. Oh, you shouldn't do that. Oh, that one went in further too. So what I'm doing, I'm using my thumb and I'm pushing each corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, and if we look real close here on the camera, kind of get an angle, kind of going up. See that lip? I want to see the other side of that lip all the way around is flush. Building a computer is incredibly simple, but it does require some patience and paying attention to these little details. It'll make your motherboard install with less frustration. But I do see a lot of first-time builders or fourth-time builders struggle to get this installed. You will get there. Don't be in a hurry. Enjoy your build. Okay, let me flip back. Hold that camera steady. All right, you're cool. You can put that back on. All you have to do for this, by the way, you see this? If I hold that down and open it, it stays locked. And then I put this in like this. Got it?
Okay.
All right.
There we go. Thank you. Now,
My pleasure.
now, what do you think we should do next?
Let's ask them. Ask the audience what we should do next.
What should we do next? I think prep the motherboard. That's what I think.
Hey Mitch, how do you feel about being a guinea pig?
A guinea pig? Sure.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do for you.
Okay. I don't know whether I like the sound of it. A little sneaky, you know.
You know something?
Okay.
You're a good friend.
You're gonna make me cry. All right.
This is $167.99. Happy birthday.
Really?
It's really important for me to emphasize how much it costs.
Oh.
It can't just be a gift.
Okay.
I have to make sure you understand the value of it.
Okay.
You couldn't just say happy birthday.
Well, thank
No, you've got to make
Thank you.
sure. But can I have this? Will you trade?
Yes. Yeah. So let me zoom in.
I just lost $100 on that
Get
deal.
it.
But that's okay.
Okay. Samsung 970 Pro, NVMe M.2, unrivaled performance.
Woohoo! I'll make it back on
Back.
the video. This video, with
Yeah.
you on there instead of me, this video is going to do
with
a lot
my
better.
good looks. All right. So, should we?
Wait, you know what?
Yeah.
There's something missing.
Okay.
We gotta make this cool.
Okay. All right. Hey guys, thanks so much for the birthday wishes. So.
Do you know the song Jesse's Girl?
I do, Rick Springfield.
This is Rick Springfield's guitar. He's autographed it. And it's, in Jesse's Girl, this part is black and this part is white. I think with that hair, and to be a really cool computer nerd, I need you to just rock out.
Okay.
Just give us a good thumbnail here.
Okay. Well, and it's interesting because this year I decided I know how to play drums, but my brother has been egging me on to learn how to play guitar, so I've started to take lessons. Now, what's interesting is I'm left-handed, so ideally I would like to learn guitar left-handed, but there are very few left-handed guitars. So
You and Paul McCartney.
yeah, so it's I'm starting to work with a teacher. Right, I kind of like it, and
Man, I'll tell you what,
Yeah.
with that guitar and that hair, this is a Mitchin computer build today. See what I did there?
Yeah, we'll definitely have to put a thumbnail there. So I've had a whole 3 lessons, but I'm liking it. My fingers are killing me.
Just look right in that camera, gives a big smile.
Yeah.
That's our thumbnail right there.
There.
Nice.
There you go.
All right, let's get back to building.
Yeah.
I had to see what that would look like.
Yeah.
Because, you know, me holding a guitar just looks sad.
And guys, even though I told you that I happen to be a little older than Carrie, I'm not going to tell you my age, but let's just say, if life were a game of golf, I've just driven off the 18th tee.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, so.
All I know is
Yeah,
there's a joke about dirt in there somewhere.
right. I don't know. I guess we'll go ahead and prep the motherboard. How's that? Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Because we've got the case prep. There's really nothing left to do with the case. You've already installed the power supply
Right.
before we came over, which is no big deal. Obviously, there's one less box you had to bring in.
Right.
You know what? I'm gonna wipe some dust down. Do you have dust too?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You live in the desert too?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
I don't want people thinking it's just me. Like I have some kind of dirty house. I mean, I do, but it's not my fault. It's the desert.
And like Carrie says, I mean, I think kitchens are a great place to do your build, and because there's no carpeting typically that you stand on, it's either wood floor or tile, and they have a lot of kitchens have islands. A lot of them, like mine, I've got marble countertops, which are nice. But when it comes to prepping the board, like Carrie says, I think prepping it right on the motherboard box is the way to go.
All right, just to be clear, that's not the exact guitar, Rick. It's not the guitar in the video.
Right, right.
I got to meet Rick Springfield for like all 45 seconds and bought the guitar and had him autograph it.
He still looks good for his age.
He does, and he's extremely talented. You know what Rich Springfield said? He said, you know, I'm not particularly a good singer. I'm just really persistent. You know, he's been in, was it One Day of Our Lives, soap opera?
Soap opera.
He's been an actor, he's an author, he's a songwriter, he's a musician, and he'll tell you, he's not particularly good at any of those things, and when he was getting started, all these people told him how awful he was, but he didn't give up, and it was persistence. And by the way, persistence doesn't mean doing the same thing. He kept trying different things. When I saw him, he's in his 60s, and he's walking out on the armchairs of the audience, like, and holding onto people's shoulders. He's in better shape than I am in his 60s, and he takes, like, women give him roses, and he'll strike the guitar with the roses, and the petals go flying, which is a really cool effect, and my wife goes, those poor roses. All right, okay, so we're going to prep the board. That means it's going to be time for a close-up.
Close-up, and why don't you jump on the handheld camera?
All right, I'm a little excited. I'm a little over. There's a knife in there to open that up.
Let's see if I can do it like he does it without slashing my wrist.
My eye! Doctor said I'm not supposed to get razor blades in it. Look at you.
Okay.
You're like West Side Story.
Yeah, just like downtown. All right, so.
All right, I'm going to grab camera 2. And you're starting with the CPU. Oh, you're starting with the M.2.
Yeah.
Okay, the question is, all right, here we go.
Because it appears we have one.
I keep selecting the wrong thing.
Okay. Am I right? Here's one here.
Yes, that's an M.2. There's also one right underneath this heatsink. Now, if I had a choice, I want my M.2 under a heatsink. This is probably one of the worst locations because you're going to have a lot of heat here and a lot of heat right by your graphics card. So putting an M.2 there, it'll work, but it's a hotter area. When an M.2 gets hot, it gets a little slower.
Okay.
So, in fact, let me just adjust the lighting a little bit here on this camera. Where's my white balance? There it is. Let's see if we can raise that. That doesn't seem to be helping much. Oh, going the wrong way. Let's try that. Okay, so you have 2 places to put this, but on some motherboards, one may support NVMe and the other one may not. I think on this board we can use either one. We can double check the documentation. Is the documentation in the box? Because the drive you had, that Western Digital Blue, that would work. That should work in either one, but that drive's only going to hit 550 megabytes a second on the reads, and the drive I just handed you will hit like 3,500 on the reads.
Oh, jeez.
There we go. So let's see. Oh, here, you can have this back. This is your driver disk. Let's read a book together, shall we?
You know how
It
to
was
read?
a dark and
Yeah,
stormy
you,
night.
you know how to read? All right.
Yeah, it's got pictures.
Okay.
So what I'm looking for in here is the information regarding, so this is the SATA ports, so did I just pass the M.2? Onboard LEDs, jumpers, and holes. That's an interesting way to title that. Jumpers and holes. Ah, thank you. Internal connections, right here. Dark. Let's see if I can just, maybe I just need to zoom so I don't get the shadow in it. Ooh. It's either the camera or my eyes at this point in my age. Connect, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Well, that's all SATA ports. SATA. I'm on the wrong thing. Where's my M.2? Here, you hold this right like that for me for a second. Because I can do this really quick, but it's hard to do one-handed. Let's see, internal connectors, SATA, onboard LEDs, jumpers and holes, onboard buttons and switches, expansion slots. Our memory is going to go into A2 and B2. Remember that when we get to the RAM. You think it'd be A1 and B1, right? That Asus doesn't think like a human, they think like robots. System panel. I've got two sides. Here we go. All right, you're like way off.
Yeah.
I need you right there. M.2, these sockets allow you to install M.2 SSD. The M.2-1 socket supports PCIe by 4, that means NVMe. They could have just as well said NVMe right there. It's the same thing. And M.2.2 also supports NVMe. So we can use either one for your drive. So we're going to use the one down here that's underneath that heatsink. And that one's, I can't even read what that says. That's B, so there's, you gotta love Asus, right? It says M.2 this is what Asus does.
Okay.
Let me show you how an engineer thinks, guys. M.2.1 is A. God forbid they call this M.2A. Now you go to what's A? A is M.2, sorry, A is M.2-2. The one on the top is 2.
Okay.
And the one on the bottom is B or 1. Wouldn't 1 be A and 2 be B? And why would you use A and B when you've already got it labeled 2 and 1?
You would think. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Who wrote these instructions?
Yeah.
All right. The good news is we can use either slot.
Okay.
So if you have a choice, use the one with the heat sink. That's all I'm saying. Get to work.
Okay, where's the screwdriver here?
Didn't you get a nice screwdriver kit?
I did. Yeah.
Can I see it?
Yeah. Ooh, very nice.
Where'd you get that from?
I got this from Amazon.
Well, the everything store. Oh yeah, these will be perfect for the M.2. This is good. This is me.
Yeah.
And this is useless.
Okay.
Maybe for the motherboard standoff
Okay.
for the case.
Now, which number? Because this says a number 1.
Grab
a
that
zero.
number 1.
Grab the number 1.
Yeah. Generally in computer building, you want the number 1 for the little teeny tiny screws and the number 2 overall for most of your build.
And we'll see if the screwdriver is in fact magnetized. I'm hopeful.
If it's not, we can make it
Yeah.
magnetized. Yeah.
Beautiful. Got kind of quite the tension here is the excitement. It's just it's too much.
It's like you're diffusing
Yeah.
bombs. The red wire or the green wire? I'm colorblind.
Now, let's see what's underneath this little beauty.
Now, if you flip that over, it's got a little piece of tape covering that's a thermal pad. And before we place that on, we'll take the tape off. We don't want to do that now because we don't want to contaminate it with any oils from your skin or what exactly what are you saying, Carrie?
Yeah.
Any dust. So we'll do that right before we're ready to put it back. Sometimes getting the parts out of the box is harder than installing the parts. I'm waiting for you to reach in the drawer and grab a stick of gum.
Oh, okay.
Mitch does this better than I do. Here, I'm going to move the camera so no one can see what's going on behind the scenes.
You ready?
Yeah. We go ahead and... No, you have to unwrap it. Unwrap the gum.
Oh, okay.
You got to do that. Remember how we used to... You remember the scene we filmed back in October?
Okay.
Let's do that again. You ready?
Yeah. This is a.
No, you say, is this
an M.2? You ready?
Yeah, go ahead. Hold it up.
Hold it up.
Show me. Let's go.
Is this an M.2 or is this a stick of gum? I think this is a stick of gum, and I won't eat it because it's terrible. And
Can I have it?
And you can have it. Yeah. Let's keep this family friendly. All right. And this is an M.2.
Nice.
Now.
Oh, his gum is terrible.
Yeah. Now, what this they come in various sizes, right?
Well, they're all physically the same size, but they come in different capacities.
Yeah.
They're like a TARDIS.
So we've got to decide here which screw to take out. Oh, I see. It goes here, right?
Yeah, this is going to hold the heatsink in. You're not going to use this.
Okay.
So somewhere in the motherboard there should be a little standoff and a little screw.
In the box?
In the box, in the motherboard box. Are people laughing? Are they laughing? The M.2 would be more crunchy.
Yeah.
I wonder how many bites per second I get out of this gum. Was that about 3?
In the box.
Tell me there's a little plastic bag in there, please. Hey, what was that?
No, that'll be our
Q connector.
I'll leave that out.
Junk. I wouldn't use it.
Okay. Here we go. Yes.
Is there a standoff and a screw or just a standoff?
Looks like both.
Very good. Here, let me get this out of your way. It can go right over here.
Here. Okay. So we'll.
Here, I'm going to switch over to the other camera. My arms are getting tired.
Okay. Okay. All right. We will easily. There we go.
Oh, this gum. It's very
horrible. Just hard.
It's no Girl Scout Thin Mints.
Okay. And then didn't you say you have a little thing to put in our standoff?
Yeah,
a little wrench is hiding right there. Okay.
Righties, tighties, lefties, loosies. Let me just check that and make sure it's. Yeah, it's untightened. Okay, so there's 3 little holes there because those M.2 drives come in different lengths. The length you have is called a 2280. That means it's 22 millimeters wide, 80 millimeters long. But for different tablets and portable devices, they make them in 60 millimeters and 42. So there's a 2260, 2242. There's even a 22120, I think, something like that. The most common size, the one that you're probably going to buy because it's more selection and cheaper price because of the competition, is the 2280. But the motherboard manufacturer says, it's just a matter of drilling a couple extra holes and routing the circuits. So we can offer this compatibility even though 90% of the people or more will never use those smaller or larger. So anyway, okay, I'll go back to...
And it's actually labeled here 22.
Yeah,
which is nice.
It actually, on the board and also in the documentation, each of those holes has that number, and that's what that means.
Yeah. Now, how do you begin? You don't want to cross thread this, so how do you start? You must have very small fingers here to be able to.
You know what they say about small hands?
Yeah, okay.
Big mind.
All right, so.
I don't know what they say about small hand. This is like Laurel and Hardy. Which one of us is the fat one? How dare you?
This is another fine mess. It's the pressure that we're on camera that I can't. All right, let's try this again. Gentle. By Jove, I got it. Oh, isn't it beautiful? Just gorgeous. I sound like Steve the Crocodile Hunter. Okay, so now.
Crikey, I'm a lummox.
So now you just enough.
Are we going to use the Western Digital M.2? I'm going to use it in something else. I've got a little portable Silverstone MS09, and I needed an M.2 for that. It's got to be SATA. So I had a ulterior motive. But this is a shame to have a board like this with that CPU, and then to put just a SATA-based drive on it would be like getting a Ferrari and giving it to a little lady from Pasadena who only goes to the corner market.
Okay.
All right, so let's move back over to
our shaky cam.
All right. Yeah. Here, I'll just do it this way.
Yeah.
Now we can have both cameras.
Oh, okay.
See, it's not as easy as it looks. Let's go back to camera 2. There we go.
Okay. Now, can they see here? Of course, you've shown this numerous times. There is a notch.
There's a notch.
Here and here. So what we want to do,
With the label facing up,
correct, is don't put it in flat. You kind of have to put it here on an angle, and that notch will go right.
You'll get it the whole
right in,
those
and
gold fingers
disappear.
Yep.
And it becomes our diving board.
Yeah, it's just like a diving board. Well, kind of the opposite of a diving board, right? But it kind of springs up.
Yeah.
And all that little screw is going to do, that's too big. Yeah, I got a little small. Yeah, all it does is it holds that down and secures it. So don't over tighten that. You know, pretty much when the screw comes to a stop, then you're good to go. So don't crank it down. That's the only reason that screw exists, is it just secures that drive in position. And you've got 512 gigs that'll read 3,500 megabytes per second installed with no cabling, just that easily.
Gee.
It's a cleaner install. It looks better. It's faster. It's the future.
Okay, and then we've got our tape.
Don't look at that camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and remove the tape. Oh, I see. You were looking at the screen. Never mind.
There's nothing like.
Was that another stick of gum?
There's nothing like the peel. Yeah.
That was very appealing.
Appealing. Okay.
Dumb.
Don't touch that, of course.
If you do touch it, the world won't come to an end.
And
But just try to avoid touching. Let's just leave it at that.
There's number 2 here, and you said that's the screw there. So then, how do I line that up?
It'll just kind of. All you need to do is line up the end screw.
This one.
Yeah, just pay attention to that one, and the rest will line up automatically. See?
A beautiful magnetic screwdriver. It's a must for these builds.
Then after this, we're going to go outside. We're going to take your Subaru motor apart.
Okay. Not send it to Subaru Mike?
I don't think we're going to use those tools on it.
No.
We need some bigger tools.
So like Carrie says, I've got them all in, so you just...
Yeah, just bring them till they come to full stop, and don't tighten them any past that. You want a good, secure, firm, between that thermal pad and the top of that. So
Here,
just-
why don't you check your
want me to double check your work? Or you know what? Wait, that's okay. You don't have to hold it. I'll just flip over the camera too. Here we go.
scalpel or
Sponge.
sponge.
Pick that up. Wash it off in the sink. It'll be fine.
Snoo. What's snoo? What's snoo with you?
That's good. Yeah, you could have gone just a little bit more. Oh, that one went. Yeah. Just
Okay.
pretty much till they stop, and just don't try and torque them. Is all I'm
Okay.
saying. Very good.
Okay.
Very good. You
So
guys
that-
like this so far? Are we
That-
doing?
yeah,
How are we
yeah,
doing?
Yeah. Yeah. The Laurel and Hardy of computer building.
Yeah, I don't know that that's a
Yeah,
compliment.
no. Now you
I
have
got a
yeah,
hat.
yeah. So now you have two, right? You have two options. You can of course install your CPU or your RAM. I say we do the CPU.
Absolutely agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the guts, right? The guts of the machine.
It's the brain.
It's the brain.
You can grab that
Yeah.
knife.
Yeah.
Make life a little easier. Let me get some of this trash out of the way. You're saving these boxes?
No.
Alright, I'm gonna put them over here. Oh, documentation for a CPU and a go faster sticker right there. You want this computer to go faster?
Yes, but not
Have you ever seen a car win a race without stickers on it?
No.
No, because cars without stickers don't win races.
Okay.
So put a sticker on it.
As
and
you guys can
start being
see,
a winner.
it did come with its own stock.
Yeah, let me show that. So this is the stock, and this is crap, by the way. Not all Intel coolers are crap, but this one is. You want to look for a copper core, which this does not have, and look at how thin it is. Now, if you were running an i3 or an i5, this is fine. On an i7, the minute you work it, this thing's going to get loud. It is profoundly inadequate. But it already comes with thermal compound applied. That's what that stuff is. Did it have a plastic cover over it? Usually they protect that thermal compound. Oh, they're just using cardboard now. They've changed it. And then the way you install this, we're not going to install it, so I'm just going to tell you. Is you push these little towers down, and the little pegs, if you watch this little peg right here, it's going to open that, and it's going to split. Hard to do without them.
His arthritis is acting up, ladies and gentlemen.
I got it on the
Say.
wrong way. Here we go. There. And you'll see how that just went through and it split that open, and that's what locks it onto the board. And if you want to take this off, you'll see there's a little arrow indicated up here. If I can get the angle right. And it's pointing that way. So if you turn it that way, if you, wait, is it? I can't see in the camera. Okay, it's pointing that way. So if I turn this in the direction of the arrow, that's the direction you want to take it off. So now I can pull up on this, and that little plastic tab then rescinded back in. And then before I can put this back on, I've got to go in the opposite direction of the arrow. So when you're installing it, you want the arrow the opposite way, and when you're taking it off, you want the arrow pointed in whatever direction the arrow is. So the arrow indicates removal, right? And it just turns a quarter of a turn, that way or that way. So right there, that would be to take it off, and that would be to put it on. You guys are seeing this video better than I can. We're looking at a picture in a picture, so hopefully that's clear. That being said, we're not using this, so I'm gonna just set it over here for now, because if I have an i3 or an i5 fan go bad, it's easier for me to just change the whole heatsink on a stock fan cooler than to just change the fan. So I keep those for spare parts unless you want it.
Now I get very nervous, of course, because this is the brains of your machine here, the CPU, and very delicate.
It's not delicate.
It's not delicate.
No,
I was just testing you.
This, you could run this over with a car, it'd probably be fine. However, you shouldn't.
No.
Right? But it's got no moving parts on it. And the reason people think it's delicate is because it's the way people handle them. You want to avoid getting any static discharge on the bottom. It's in a static proof case right now, so I can hold it like this. But I don't want to hold it like this outside of this packaging because I don't want to get any contamination, again, finger oil, anything on that. There's 1,151 of those little gold dots. Those are called landings. And they're going to make connection with 1,151 little posts, microscopic posts that are very fragile. But the CPU itself is not. Hold on, let me get something and I'll show you. So here we've got an old board that's dead, and it's got this different CPU, but it all kind of works the same. And if I take this out, take the CPU out of here, you'll see those little, right here, they're so small, they're very hard to see with the naked eye. But any sort of, if you drag anything across this, like if you have a long sleeve shirt and the thread gets caught on it, and that's it, it's broken. That's all it took.
So kids, don't try this at home.
The damage that causes so easily is pretty well, the cost of labor to fix that or the price to get a new socket and solder it in is often more than the price of a new board. And it doesn't take much. And you see, that's it. That board, if it wasn't bad before, that board is bad now. For that reason, there's a little cover on here. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Anybody want an EVGA 111 CDE 630? This was in my dad's computer.
Wow.
Yeah, this is old. Just kidding, I'm not sending that to anybody. The price of shipping is going to cost more than it's worth. Let's move over to camera 2, and then we'll get you some close-ups. Oh, that's the I/O shield that goes with that. And that's the, I don't know, what is that CPU that's in there? It's probably like an i5 or something pretty old. You guys, again, you can see this better than I can. If it will focus. Let's try it this way. There it is. And I'm not hurting the CPU by holding it, but you don't hold your CPU like this unless you don't care about it. Because all those oils from my skin are getting all over that. It's easily undoable with some rubbing alcohol and a Q-tip, but you could also static damage. I don't wear an anti-static strap, and neither is Mitch, because we're careful to hold the parts by the edges. If you always hold all your electronic parts by the edges, you don't need to wear an anti-static strap because there's no place for static to go. But if you're incapable of that or you don't trust yourself, for $5 you can buy an ESD strap if you like that. But if you just learn how to hold your parts like I demonstrate, yeah, there's absolutely nothing fragile about this at all.
I should wear a strap because I have tremendous magnetism.
I was thinking it was your hair.
Yeah.
Rub a couple balloons on there.
Evan earlier said, gee, I wish I had Mitch's hair. And I'm like, Evan, after 2 more payments, I own it. So, okay, so here we go.
You're so Hollywood.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, so for that reason, because of the delicate nature of this socket, they put this cover on there. Save this cover, because if this board has to go back for repair, it probably won't because it's a good board. Asus and Gigabyte both make really good motherboards, but no company has 100% no product failure, right? So you wouldn't want to send the board back with a CPU in it, and they don't want you to do that. But if you send the board back without something in here or covering this, your warranty is void. No warranty for you.
Okay.
Now we're not going to take that off. It's going to pop off automatically.
But what we need to do first is our retention lever right here.
You're going to push that down and away.
You see, it came right up,
And then pull it back.
and it comes under there, and it lifts up, and there's, oh boy, isn't that gorgeous? Just gorgeous. And now, what you want to do, of course, is find our little. Do they still have the little not the little star anymore?
There's a little triangle.
Little triangle.
Yeah, it should be there somewhere. Oh, sorry. Where did they put it? It doesn't matter. The writing on the chip is going to face. You see the writing on the motherboard? You see how the. Let me back this camera up a little bit. You see how the writing faces down like this? There's also writing on the CPU, and you want that writing facing in the same direction. Now, what you've got open there, Mitch, the cover has little cutouts on each side of it, and you're going to grab your fingers like that to take it out.
And of course here,
there's your golden triangle right there. And then there's usually a golden triangle or a white triangle, another triangle on the socket that's going to be right here. That's where it should be. Something should indicate that, and I don't see it.
I mean, I see a tiny little dot there, but
the writing, look at the writing on the CPU. Hold that CPU so I can read it, which is the way you, hold on, I gotta find you. Where did you go? Oh, jeez, I gotta look up, Carey. Okay, see how the writing on the CPU faces, it's right side up. That is the direction it goes on Intel boards, unless it's socket 2011. As far as I've seen, all the socket 1151s go with the text, just like you're facing, with the motherboard in this position, right? Everything's facing me if you're working on it in this direction. On all the words on the motherboard and the words on the CPU, all are flowing in the same direction. And what I would do, don't put any pressure on this, but line up the corners with two of these corners and then gently set it down into the socket.
I think I'll tap out and let you.
You're going to tap out? Okay, I'll do it. It's real easy. You can come here and hold this and everybody will get a much taller view. Watch. Cameraman suddenly got a foot taller. Jimmy's going to do it. Let's take a look at Jimmy back there. You doing okay back there, Jimmy? Leave me alone. I'm out of here. Put me on camera. Good boy. Make sure I get a lot of static from touching the dog. I'm going to touch the computer case just to discharge because I just touched the dog. And he's, walking static.
Now, can you see where, I mean, most of the other motherboards had the little...
There's a little tab here.
Right.
And a little tab there. And on the CPU, you'll see, I hold it the right side up.
Am I in frame? Take a look.
Right there. There's a cutout right here.
Yep.
And there's one on the opposite side.
Yep.
And they're not, one's higher than the other one, so you can't do anything the other way.
Okay.
Right? So what I'm going to do, just because it's the way I do it, this is not the only way to do it, is I'm going to gently find the corner on each corner, right? This is hard to do backwards, but I'm going to do my best. And once I feel those corners, I just gently release it, and I'm going to grab the sides and make sure that I can't wiggle it. It's in. That's all there is to it. Now, I'm going to do this part while we're here. I'm lowering the retention lever back down. Well, this is the retention bracket, and this is the lever. And there's a little screw here, and that screw is there to just simply be a point to keep that locked down, because it needs to put pressure, it needs to sandwich it down and make those pins make contact with the bottom of the CPU. It's going to take a bit of pressure. So this lever was really easy a minute ago, and now it's going to offer you some resistance. Right here, it's resisting. And once I lock it back in, you're going to see that plastic cover pop up. Sometimes they don't pop up, and that's what that pull tab is for. But it usually will pop up. So I'm going to place a hand, if you back off a little bit. I'm going to place a hand right here on this big plastic I/O shield. See right here where my hand is? To hold the board so it doesn't move. I'm going to use my thumb, and I'm going to put my weight on it. It's going to happen fast, watch. See how that popped up? And we'll keep this with the motherboard box. So if you ever have any warranty issues, you're going to take that CPU out and you're going to cover those pins back up to prevent any damage. Okay, let's go back to camera 1. Thank you. Set that right there for now. Whew, I need a Coke. Oh, yeah. Man, you're just moving. Now, you've never installed a Mugen 5.
I have not. I've watched you. You've done it at least a couple of times.
I keep talking about how easy it is. It's probably the single easiest third-party tower cooler I've ever installed. But that's me. Will it be easy for Mitch, a real guy who's not a computer nerd? Look at him.
No.
That's not a computer. No. Look at me, computer nerd, not a computer nerd.
3D.
So let's see if you struggle with it.
Okay.
I mean, how else can we prove it?
Okay.
So this is it, man. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm pretty confident. It's so easy, anybody can do it.
Even a long hair could. All right, we got our box of, I don't know what we have our box.
Oh man, that's really cool stuff.
Yeah. We have our fan, beautiful.
Yep. Look at the inside of this box. I love how they package it. Do you notice how there's like one piece sticking out? Yeah. It just cracks me up. There's all this everything, this piece sticking out. That's the piece that's going to go towards the RAM sockets, by the way. They said, I'm not a nerd, I'm just a carry list. Everybody's a carry list, come on. Sometimes getting the parts out of the box, I've said this, right, is harder than actually installing the parts.
Yeah.
Look, you let gravity help you. Just don't let it hit the floor. Nothing else. You see how one side sticks out further? This is the side that goes towards the RAM, because that's where the fan's going to be right here. So when we install it, we don't want to install it that way, or the fan will go on this side and it'll hit the RAM. So we're going to install it with the RAM on this. Everything's backwards to me. Where the RAM will be on this side, over the RAM's going to be over there. And the back of the computer is going to, God, this is so difficult. Everything's backwards. The RAM's going to be over there. Oh, you got it, right? You understand. You'll see. Okay. The more I talk, the more confusing it's getting.
Okay. So then
let's keep the RAM away from the magnet on the fan. Yeah. I just don't like that. It's probably fine, but I just don't.
And like Carey has shown.
Now, check this out.
In the box. Very nice.
Ba-ba-ba. Look at this bad boy.
Wow.
This, you go to Home Depot or Lowe's, this is like a $10 screwdriver all day long, and it comes for free. Well, it comes at no additional cost. It's not free. At no additional cost, it's included with the cooler, and you're going to need it, and you can use this for your whole build, by the way. You don't have to buy a fancy screwdriver. This will cover 90% of the screws perfectly on your build.
And included are
the wire hangers. You only need 2 of those wire hangers, so give me 2 of them just to keep our work area clear. That's for adding an additional fan to the other side that we are not going to do. What else you got?
And then in our bag, we've got our back plate.
Gonna need that.
Very easy to install. And then
this is for adding another fan, I think. So I don't think we're using that. What else we got? Standoffs and the screws. We definitely need that. And your brackets.
And then one's for AMD and one's for Intel.
Yeah,
so
these ones that are straight, these are the ones we're going to be using, and these ones that are bent, these are for AMD. So we're going to put these aside. We don't need these for this build.
Back in the bag. Okay.
And these are the ones we're going to use today. Go ahead and put that in there. So, on all said and done, we're going to need 2 wire hangers for the fan, standoffs and screws for mounting a heatsink, and these brackets as well for mounting a heatsink. That's all there is to it. Now, on the back plate.
Yeah, it's beautifully designed.
It's metal, it's not plastic. It's got foam pads on one side. This is to prevent any contact metal to metal with the back of the board. So make sure those foam pads go back to the board. There's 3 holes in every corner. This is for socket 1150, 1151, 1155, 1156. That'll be the middle hole. And then the other holes are used for other sockets like AMD and like maybe other Intel sockets. I'd have to read the directions and I can't be bothered because they don't apply. So what I want you to do, Mitch, is you're going to take that board and you're going to hold it like this. I want you to take it and hold it up. Let's do it sideways. Okay. And then you notice there's 2 holes on the back right up here. And if we turn the board, stay with me, you'll see these 3 screws. There's one here, and one here. So we want to take those 2 holes right here and align them with those 2 screws. See that? And what we're going to do is in this bag, right here, we've got 2 sets of standoffs. One set of standoffs is really short, and one set of standoffs is really long. If I can get them to align. Boy, the difference on camera doesn't look very much. Look at the size of the standoff. Look at the other side. Maybe that's the way I need to show it to you. Look at that one. And look at that one. We want these for the socket 1151. These we use for other sockets. So we're not using these little ones, so let's get them out of here. Less parts means less confusion. Where was that bag you had? Okay. Now, since you've never done this before, I want to see if you can do it on your own. So what you're going to do is you're going to take this plate and you're going to hold it with one hand. Try to avoid touching anything metal on the back of the board other than this plate. You're going to take this standoff and coming around to this side, I'm going to do the first one for you. There's holes all around the socket, 1 hole in each corner. You see how that's starting to come through? You see how it's coming through the middle one? I don't want it coming through that one or that one. I want it coming through the middle. And I'm just going to give it a couple of turns, not too much, because we need to get this started. And just one more, just to free up your hand. I'm going to do the opposite corner. So I can wiggle this as I need to get that center hole to line up. It's going to be a very difficult thing to film. You need a 3rd person for camera operator. You can let go of that. I'm going to grab the close-up camera so we can see the other side and show everybody what we're doing. The rest is on you. Okay? So let me grab the other camera. Sam wants to know what the parts list is. So that'll happen after the build is done. The video notes will be updated. I obviously cannot stop this live build to sit for half an hour and write the parts list, guys. But you can see the parts list on the screen. All right, let's go to, whew, that's on Zoom, isn't it? Okay. What I mean is you can see the parts on the screen, not the parts list. All right, so let me see the other side of the board. Let's show the people the other side. So the thumb screws I just placed, or the standoffs rather, that I just placed. You'll see one right here and one down here. And now, Mitch, you're going to do the other corners.
Okay.
Right? And so to do that, just you're holding the board by the edge, which is perfect. This is why you don't need to wear an anti-static strap when you hold the parts correctly. You're going to grab that standoff and just do what I showed. Again, just get it started. Don't tighten them down yet.
Is this? That's one of the holes?
Did you see any more?
No.
That must be it. Once you get those first 2 started, everything should be real Butter smooth.
Yeah, that was cake.
Cake and butter.
Birthday cake, all right. You might have to gently with your thumb, not much pressure, but you'll see it came through. So now we have all four. I'll spin it around so you can see.
No, you can lay it. Yeah. Okay.
Should it go in here, 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 and here? Correct.
Yeah, you're in the middle point on all corners, right?
Mm-hmm.
For this socket, that's why there's 3 holes, because they don't know if you're using AMD or, you know, whatever. Go ahead and put the board back on the box. And then use the included screwdriver to tighten those standoffs down, and please do opposite corners. It's like you're putting a tire on a car. Boy, it's almost like that screwdriver was built just for that purpose. Oh wait, it was. It's okay. That's why you don't push a lot of weight down on the screwdriver, so if it does slip, it won't cause any harm.
Okay.
But if you're putting all your weight on it, it slips, you'll carve a...
Okay, now I'm gonna have him check my work, because you don't want to put too much pressure.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, okay.
On this one, you do. And the reason for that is, this is a very critical component when it comes to your heatsink. So I'm gonna just crank these bad boys down. Don't use an electric screwdriver for this, because you're never gonna get it tight enough, and if you have a screwdriver or electric that powerful, you'll probably crush the board, which you don't want to do. I'm bringing this until it comes to a nice firm stop, and don't push it any further than that. If you do, you could crush the motherboard. I want to emphasize, see how much pressure I'm putting on it? Right there is good, good. Always go back and check your work. Sometimes when you tighten like one on this corner, then this corner gets loose. So we want nice even coverage all the way around. Yeah, these aren't moving.
Now I think, Carey, it's time for the glove.
That is not time for the glove yet.
No, it's not.
No, sir. Now these brackets
right.
have to go on. I've done this before. And you see these brackets, they have a couple of holes. And you'll notice the bracket could go on this way too, but then your heatsink won't work.
Right.
Okay. So where this lever is, you're going to cover that lever up. And on this socket, we want to be on the inside hole, right there and right there. I'm going to start this one for you.
Okay.
And just to move this along quickly, I'll use the included driver. Let's do it right. I was going to grab the electric, but you'll see it's magnetized. Magnetized drivers are very important on computer builds. Magnets, we used to say to keep away from magnets because we used to use floppy disks, magnetic-based media. A hard disk drive is still magnetically based, but if you open one up, it's got one of the strongest rare earth magnets inside of it. And the way I use the driver, it's practically electric anyway. That's it. So that bracket's in. When you install the bracket, you'll look at the instructions, but you'll see how it kind of has these, see how my finger goes down and up? These little points that jut out go towards the CPU. And you don't have to tighten this too tight. Just again, whoops, that screwdriver really fits in there. I mean, it grabbed it. It did it twice. That's good. And that's a perfect fit for that driver.
Yeah.
Look at that. All right, your turn. You do the other one. Here's the bracket. Here's the screws. I noticed you've got an extra M2 over here.
Yeah.
I want to get this. These are so tiny. If you lose it, forget it. I want to show people how tiny. When we did the M2 earlier, these are the screw and the standoff. I want you to see how tiny it is. Very easy to lose that, and very difficult to find them like at a hardware store. You have to pretty much go online.
Yeah, and if you want to install another M.2.
So here's what I do to prevent losing them.
Okay.
and I wish they did this out of the box. Now we don't have to worry about losing it, right? If you lose one piece, you lose them both,
Right.
right? That makes it less likely to be lost, and it makes it a little bigger to find it if it does drop on the floor. So we'll put that back in your little drug bag.
Okay.
I thought they only put drugs in bags like this.
Yeah.
I knew you could actually use them for something. Okay, trade your places. Paul says you could put them on the board. That's not a bad idea. either.
It's not a bad idea either.
Probably.
So you want the notches facing the CPU.
Correct.
And you want the inside. Here. We'll just get it started. We won't tighten it down.
Beautimous.
Beautiful. Just like downtown. Okay, now here we've got to just move it just a skosh.
A skosh? How much is a
A
skosh?
skosh.
Is it more than a smidgen?
Oh.
Is a skosh more or less than a smidgen?
You can tell I was awful at the game operation for anybody who knows that's Davey, the funny bone. Yeah, okay. So now we're gonna
Stop laughing and shaking the
yeah.
camera.
Now that we've got them both in, I will at least down to where it stops.
You're so gentle.
And then you said just maybe a little
Keep it.
bit.
No, you're too gentle.
Okay.
Torque those bad boys down.
Torque those bad boys down.
There you go. You see how that screwdriver is hard to pull out?
And
That's how you know you're using the right size screwdriver.
okay.
Can I just tell you, the screwdriver's worth the whole price of the
Yeah,
car.
yeah. And the only thing, like Harry said, is if
had a bigger handle.
if it was just that, it just would. But
it
they'd
wouldn't
never
fit in
get
the box.
But it just would give you a little bit more. But still, it's just a great thing that they include. Scythe. That's how it's pronounced. Scythe.
That's what they tell me.
Okay, not Scythe. Scythe.
It's not a dagger.
Okay.
It's not a scimitar.
Yeah.
It's not a sword.
Okay.
It's not a knife.
Okay.
It's not
Okay.
a
Yeah.
blade.
Right. Okay. Show the fans. I don't know.
I thought you were about to say something else. Right there.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I saw this. I did a lot of research. Carries like compound, but
But didn't it come with compound?
it did.
But
it
you
did
don't want to
with
use it.
But I thought,
You thought, I'm going to get my
Yeah,
one half of a Celsius degree better.
better on this
All right,
with that
it's your
beautiful.
money. How much
so,
did that cost?
oh, you'd just be jealous. I don't know, $8 or something
So
like that.
you didn't have to spend that $8
No.
because the compound it comes with is more than adequate.
Right.
But, if you had $8, you didn't know, oh, it's got an 8-year warranty. What do you scrape it off, put it back in an envelope, and mail it back? How does that work?
I'm all about the peel. All right. Beautiful. All right. Let's see.
8-year warranty. Yes, I like an RMA on my thermal compound. What does that even mean? How do they know if it's bad? How do they know if it's product defect in workmanship or just the consumer installed it wrong?
Do I have to apply this? Do you want me to apply this?
You want me to apply?
You're so good with the rubber glove.
Yeah, I'm also good at thermal compound.
Yeah.
Here, I'll give you the camera.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to let you hold that for a second. I'm going to go to camera 1 for just a moment, just so the audience can get off that motion sickness.
Right.
Are you saving this bag?
No. Okay.
Now that you're reaching this age, Mitch, it's time you had a colonoscopy. It's very important when you get older.
Yeah. I've had 2, so leave me alone.
Oh no, I'm not going to do it.
Oh, okay. Okay. You had me.
This had nothing to do with that.
Yeah,
I just was saying.
Something looking forward to on my birthday. All right.
I was just saying, I care about you.
Okay. Yeah, and your health.
I don't want that to happen. We can go together.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe get a punch card.
That's right. Only you go first, and if you live, then I'll go.
I just don't want to feel the doctor's hands on my shoulder.
Okay. Now you're going to want to cut to the close-up.
Oh,
Here.
all right. So I've got a nitrile glove. This is not a rubber glove. This is a nitrile glove because it's a good electrostatic insulator. Rubber gloves are not. And these are cheap. You get them in different thicknesses. They're measured in, they say mils.
Yeah.
These are 3 mil. Yeah. That's millionths of an inch. It's not millimeters, which is what I thought it was. And then when you think about it, 3 millimeters would be a really thick glove, right? The thinner the glove, the more you can feel. But if you're working on cars, the easier they tear. But for this application, there's a lot of people who say, you know, you could draw an X. Here, let me give you a
P
closer. Well, no, you wouldn't draw a P.
No.
That's another thing that happens when you get older.
Yeah.
All right.
How's that angle? Is it good?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
So what we can do, let's turn this way so people get, if they were doing it themselves, they would probably have the board like that.
Okay.
Okay. Some people say to draw an X like that. Some people say to draw a plus. Some people say to put a pea-size dab.
Grain of rice, you know.
Some people say to put a dab, a dab, a dab, a dab, a dab. Here's the problem with dab, a dab, a dab. How do you know if you've got too much or too little? So I've been doing this for 27 years. 28 years. And I might know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two. Where have I heard that?
Yeah.
So
don't yabba dabba do. No, that's
if people want to dismiss my advice on this, it doesn't bother me one bit. But if I have to support your computer, I need to make sure that the entire heat spreader is covered. Now there's some old timers that say you only have to worry about the middle because that's where the die is. Not anymore, because this has built-in GPU and it's got extra caches. There is stuff underneath this entire heat spreader, and you want the thermal compound to be equally applied all the way around it. And this is not rocket science. The truth of the matter is, and I encourage people who doubt me to test it before they say I'm wrong, because if they test it, let me put it this way, if you tell me I'm wrong, I know you didn't test it. You can put this thermal compound on any way you want. You want to do the X, you want to do the plus, you want to do the dab, whatever. It's your build. At the end of the day, it's probably all going to be just the same. You can spend $40 for your thermal compound, or you could have used...
It's in the box.
You could have used the thermal compound that comes with the cooler. The difference between thermal compounds may make maybe a 2 degrees Celsius difference. Maybe. Your ambient room temperature is going to change more than that while you're testing it anyway. Mm-hmm. And you've got enough for about 3 applications in this tube. You've got enough for about 8 applications, 7 or 8 or more in this tube. Unless you're doing Threadripper, which is...
Right.
So here's what I'm going to do. This is my way of making life simple. I'm what you call a practical tech. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to eyeball the amount I think it's going to take to cover that CPU. Right? And put the cover on this stuff. When it gets on stuff, it's hard to get off. So put that lid back on. Now I'm going to use this nitrile glove and I'm going to fingerprint paint the entire surface of this heat spreader so you can't see through it anymore. And we're going to make sure that we have equal coverage all the way around, and not so much that when I put the heat sink on it, it's going to squish out and get all over everything. And not so little that it doesn't squish out and you don't even realize you don't have the whole thing covered.
And you can still see the writing. Yeah, you don't want that.
So at the end of the day, it honestly doesn't matter how you apply it. Like I like to make it a little tacky by tapping it. See how it's kind of rising up? Because when we put that heat sink down on it, we do not apply this to the heat sink. Then you'll have too much thermal compound, which is as bad as having none at all. The heat sink also has a wider surface area, so how do you know which part of the heat sink is the middle, depending on the CPU size? So by putting it on the CPU, the heat sink will automatically get what it needs off the top of this. All this does is it fills in little microscopic nooks and crannies to draw the heat off of the top of this heat spreader into that big air tower radiator, so our CPU will run nice and cool. I like the Scythe Mugen 5 because it's fairly inexpensive. You can buy them. They were on sale for $45 last week. I've seen them as much as $65, and they're a bargain at $65.
Right.
It's easy to install, it's super quiet, and it cools better than a Hyper 212 Evo, installs better than a Hyper 212. And I loved the Hyper 212 Evo until I met the Mugen 5.
Right.
Some people think the Mugen 5 isn't worth considering because they don't have all the big PR marketing dollars to send products to all the magazines. And so when people talk about other competitors, they don't consider the Scythe, they consider it off-brand. Is it possible that a smaller company can make a superior product at less cost and that nobody knows about it, so they don't even consider it when recommending a cooler to their friends? You should need to consider the Scythe. You really do. See for yourself. If you don't believe me, make a video and show me how it's inferior and prove me wrong. Okay, I'm done with the glove, so I'm just gonna, this is what I like. I can take the glove and fold it inside out so I don't get that thermal compound in anything. And we're gonna just throw that into the trash. Now on the bottom, there's a sticker. This is one thing Scythe needs to improve. There should be a little pull tab that indicates that you've forgotten to take this off. I did that once. I hope to never do it again. And my audience, thankfully, caught me on it. But if you read it closely, it says, pull off before installation. But it needs like an orange pull tab, something obvious. It should be, you know, where you can see it.
So if you forget,
when you go to turn it around,
it's hanging off.
you go, oh, I better pull that off. It's there to keep this, remember what I keep saying, it's there to keep contaminants, finger oils. You don't want to be touching this once this tape is off. But I have worked on computers where customers have forgotten or they didn't know. And it's amazing how much better it cools. Don't get me wrong, you can install this and it will cool. You might get a funny smell as the plastic melts. So now that we're ready to install it, we can peel that off. I'm going to do this part.
Yep.
You notice how one side sticks out more than the other side. You'll notice it's kind of angled in one direction, like the exhaust pipes on a V6. Well, this would be a V1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This would be a V12. And when we put this on, go ahead and maybe I'll just bring this to you. Come down a little bit with the camera. I want you to see these ports right here. Perfect. When I put this heatsink in, now kind of back up. When I put this heatsink in, I can go this way, right? I'm going to put the fan on so it blows air out towards the back. I want the airflow. Let's do it this way. You know what, can you get behind me? I want the airflow to go this way. And if I put this on this way, this is backwards. You see, if I put this on right here, I'll just set it gently down. Look how, when I put the fan on now, I can't get to the RAM. Can you bring the camera down so we can see this? Keep going down, 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 down. These are the RAM sockets. All right, back up. Stay where you are, but just back up. Perfect. See how that's going to interfere with the installation of the RAM? So if I take this, and it's okay that you can turn it around. We don't have to reapply the thermal compound, it's all good. Set it back down. Now look at how it sits now when we put the fan on. You think we're going to have any problems installing our RAM with the fan on it now?
Nope.
See what I'm saying?
Yep. Beautiful.
It's awesome, dude. Gnarly. It's totally awesome. So I'm going to use the included screwdriver, and I'm going to start this screw right into the bracket. Just start it. There's a hole in the top. We're going to bring that down. Can you bring the camera way down here? All the way down to where the bottom of the screwdriver. You didn't know you were going to be getting on your knees today, did you?
No.
Happy birthday. Go ahead and bring the camera up so you can see the screwdriver is going through the top of that hole. That's why that screwdriver is so important. Chances are you don't have something like that at your house. Some of us do. We're going to give that a couple turns. It's going to come back to the other side. We're going to give that a few turns. I feel like I'm using a pepper grinder.
Yeah.
We're going to come back to the other side again, back through this Not this hole, we don't use this one, we use this one. And then back over here. That screw comes to a dead stop. There's no way, no matter how much force, it will not move any further than that. Now I gotta make sure over here. Strandberg Tomas has contributed 20 Swedish kroner. Thank you, Strandberg. See that? Yeah, that's not budging. Okay, now we've got the fan and the wire hangers right over here. When we put the fan on, you see this part that has the support brackets? This is the side air comes out of. This side here where the logo spins, this is the side that draws air in. We want to draw the air in through the radiator and out the back. But I don't want to put it like that and then have the cable messy. I don't want to put it like that and have to route the cable. I don't want to put it like that and have to route the cable, because the connector's right here. I want the shortest distance. Isn't there a thing? The shortest
Distance between 2 points.
Yeah,
Just straight
like
line.
the crow flies, something. So that cable's going to go there. And if you look at the top of this. Can you get right above it? Just go right directly on top. Do you see this little cutout? Watch how the fan fits right into that cutout. See what I'm talking about?
Yep.
And then you can raise or lower the fan, but that's the direction I want the fan. And then come over towards, bring the camera sideways like this. I want the fan sucking air in and going right through out the back. And what's going to hold that fan on are these wire hangers. And they're a little tricky to put on, but they're not too bad. And these are going to go like that on one side. See the pull tab? Somebody named Be Quiet doesn't understand that. And they'll charge you twice as much for a cooler. That won't even cool better than this. Dark Rock 4. Ooh, somebody's a little snarky today. So now you see that we have those metal hangers. And do you see this groove right here? Right in the side. Can you see that groove? What I'm going to do is I'm going to set the fan so that it lines up in this little notch right here. And I'm going to pull that tab, come down a little bit. I'm going to pull this tab and it locks in. Stay where you are. I'm going to turn the motherboard around. Guess what I'm going to do on this side? I'm going to grab that tab, make sure that the fan is level. Whoop, that's not supposed to happen. I'm way off now. Hold on, I gotta get it back in its little spot. Now it's, see that corner right there, how it just fit into that little slot? And I'm gonna take that hanger, put it through the hole here. And then pull it. And I just want to check to see that it's straight. It's not, that's my OCD. It'll work if it's on an angle. Let's see, how many down am I? Here, come look at this. How many down am I? I'm in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh, that doesn't look good. Looks like it. There. It should be 13 on this one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I still feel like it might be one off. Might need to bring it lower. No, it doesn't look. See how it's bending?
Yeah.
I had it right the first time. it look straight? Let me take a look at the other side. I have to get glasses. The problem is I can't see. Normally, you can just eyeball it, and it doesn't. The fan's going to work just fine if it's not exactly straight, but my OCD won't let me. Let's take a look. We're in slot number, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The fan looks pretty straight up here. Looks pretty straight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. OCD is happy. All right, we're going to switch back over to main camera so Mitch can rest his arms. There you go. Thank you, Mitch.
Yeah.
You were supposed to do that job.
It is easy though. You can see it's very easy.
Oops. Whew, I'm hot. I think I need to turn the AC on. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right.
You don't need the AC on? Am I gonna freeze you out?
No, you can hit. You can hit it.
Oh gosh, I need another Coke. How about you?
I could use one now. Yeah.
Would you like
Because
a?
we're in the home stretch, so.
Would you like a fancy
I
contour
want a-
bottle?
Yeah. Thank you. Cheers. Yes, it's a good catch, chat. We need to plug in the CPU or the fan here. I can see where to plug it in, so we'll wait till Carrie comes back and we'll get that plugged in.
Hey Mitch, did I ever tell you about that retainer client I had for 10 years that let me go without any notice or warning?
Yes.
They just texted me. The guy they replaced me left, just quit. They have nobody. There's nobody to train because they don't know how to train him. He's gone. Saw that coming. Now the question is, if they called you and said, would you come back? They've done this to me twice.
Yeah.
They let me go without notice. They let me work 2 weeks without pay before they told me.
Yeah.
Well, I permitted it. Then we got signed back up again, and I said, I'm going to charge you $1,000 a month. And for 10 years, that's what they paid me. I never raised their rate as a reward for loyalty.
Yeah.
And I would do things to ensure I didn't have to raise the rate, which upset them. They would ask me to do things that were outside the scope.
Right.
And I said, well, if I do that, then I have to raise the rate. I don't want to charge you separately. I want to keep the bargain. And they just figured they could get it cheaper and get better service. And they let me go without notice.
Yeah.
Now the guy they replaced me with just left. And there's nobody there.
Yeah.
What would you do? If they were to call you and say, would you come back?
No.
You wouldn't do it for any amount of money? I mean, there's always an amount of money. But I mean, look at you.
Yeah.
Well, you're a rich guy. What do you need money for?
I guess I would I would say this. Look, you need to interview for someone else. I will help you for 30 days or 60 days while you find somebody else, but that's it. Once you get a guy.
But I mean, why do that? Why do it at all? Why not just say, if you want me, this is my new rate? And if they want to go find somebody else and replace me again, make it worth my while. Or let them suffer. Maybe if the pain is held long enough, then they'll see the value in what they had.
Right.
Maybe they won't even call me. Maybe their pride is, they'll look like, oh no.
Right.
I mean, I won't do that to, I won't say, well, I saw this, I wouldn't do that.
No.
But I'm just saying, I saw this coming. I'm telling you.
No. Again.
And how long did that take? This was October? How far did they get? November, December, January, February. And the amount of money this guy told them to spend would have covered them well past this point when they were paying me $1,000 a month.
Right. So
they've already cost more money, and now they got nobody.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Want to be a tech?
Yeah.
This is what you get to deal with. This was my.
Let's hear from the chat.
I had no complaints with regards to downtime. They never lost any data. They never had a day where they couldn't work in 10 years. They never had a rate increase, and they felt like they could get that cheaper.
Yeah.
Now the guy quit, and there's nobody left to train the next person.
Right.
And now they got nothing.
Right.
But they saved money. They saved. Think how much they're saving now.
Yeah. Somebody mentioned. I don't think we need to do in close up to put this.
Yeah, we do.
The
We'll
CPU.
cover it. We'll cover it here in just a second. Stephen Barber's contributed $2. Kerry Holzman, don't do it. They hurt you. Don't. Hey, everybody's got a price. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm in business. I'm not a charity. 802 people are watching now. Can I give a few shots out?
Yeah, absolutely.
I need to take a little break. Let me get a Coke before I do it. Bartender, straight up. I need it neat.
No chaser.
Russell Franzen, more money, more money, more money. That's what he says. Harry Baldwin, hi Harry. Greg M. Sorry people, I have to deal with people like this. Robert Jones says, have a toast with Carrie and May.
Yes.
Happy birthday.
To the birthday boy. Thank you. It's turning out to be a great birthday.
I know, right? For me too. You need to have birthdays more often.
Yeah.
Did you just give me the middle finger?
Yeah.
No, I gave you all of them.
Yeah.
Mike Ladd. Hey, Mike. Douglas Biggers. Douglas watches us from Alaska. I don't even think they have color TV there. Torgo Zero. Lurchicus. Patrick Rousseau. Patrick's a good friend of the channel. All these people in blue are good friends of the channel. I think you're blue, aren't you?
I think so, yeah.
Who else we got in here? Dave Murray joins us from Bonnie, Scotland. Yeah. You starting to recognize these names?
Yeah.
Mark Baggett, Greg M, Wesley Green. Don't go back, Carrie. Sounds like they're watching a horror movie. Don't go in that room. Mark, look, they haven't asked me. They may not ask me.
But then my thing to you is, why would they?
I'm just saying, if they ask me, I want to be prepared. I don't want to be blindsided.
But why would they text you?
Yeah, that's because one of the employees never wanted me to go. He's looking out for me.
Oh, okay.
He's like, my personal stuff, I'm still calling you. Right. We're good.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, you and I are good. It's the owners of the company that and they had no complaints. I mean, the guy's driving a Maserati. He's worried about saving $1,000 a month. You find a tech to do your entire IT infrastructure and your backups for $1,000 a month.
And on call 24/7.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
If you don't understand what I'm doing to save your company money, if you know better than me, then you need to hire a Craigslist tech, and you tell him what to do. If you don't know anything about computers, and these people don't know anything about computers, then you hire me so you don't have to think about it. What they do, I could never do. This guy's got a doctorate in physics. I can't compare with his level of intelligence. He's much smarter than I am, but he doesn't appreciate the value, and he's oversimplifying my job.
Yeah.
And there's nothing I can say.
Yeah.
They just have to suffer and interview people and go through. I don't know how that person's going to get trained, by the way. They need somebody who's experienced, and he's not going to be cheated.
Yeah. And again, it was honorable that you never had a formal contract, that it was just...
It was a handshake.
And that is honorable, but again, if you were to even consider going back, you'd have to contract it.
Did you see Rich Robbins doing me a video? He's a anyway. Rich is in here in Arizona. He says, "Oh my, what would you do? Make a contract with them to do it at 200% more than the going rate." I don't even know what the going rate is. I know what my rate was.
Right.
Azure Seal says $2,000 a month this time around.
Well,
That's only 24 grand a year. I mean, it's not like I'm going to quit my job.
No. But then would you say, you know, a 1 year? We'll do a 1 year contract.
And if you end this contract before it expires,
yeah.
you have to pay the entire thing.
Right.
So you can pay the entire thing up front, give me $24,000 for the year, or you can make it in monthly installments. But if you cancel, you still owe the amount. Right. But the truth is, I can't spend my life in court.
No.
No. I can put it in writing, but the bottom line is, if they stop, there's really not much I can do about it.
No, but it's just
treat it like a gym membership.
Yeah, it's just the peace of mind going, look, you know, we're going to have a contract and.
Carry up your retainer and monthly. Well, yeah, but the question is to what? It's got to be enough to make it worth it on. Yeah. Martin wants to know if those Girl Scout Thin Mint cookies arrived.
Believe me, Martin.
You'll know when they
had they. I'd be chawing on those things right now and having Carrie give me a few boxes. So.
John Tem says any drink near a motherboard is a disaster waiting.
Okay.
You eat with a bib?
Only lobster.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to be okay. We're grown men, right? We may not behave like it.
Yeah.
But we accept accountability. I know this is foreign to some younger people, but we accept accountability and responsibility for our actions. And when's the last time you knocked a drink over?
I don't. And I have a drink, you know.
And I have a drinking problem.
Yeah, on my table. Yeah.
What's your problem? I knock drinks over. Oh God, that cracked me up.
No.
Oh.
And Carrie only drinks on days that end with the letter Y.
That's true. Paul Baxter, hello. Edward Green says hello. Sam Kowalski was just checking out. Juan Mendez, hi Juan. Who else we got in here? Lotto Win, David Griswold, Magnum, Seth Harris, Robert Jones. Felt like singing that one. Never sing again. What else we got? Nick Powerman, Gary McGraw, Silver Gold. Irving T watches us from France, Francois. So fancy. And Paul Newman.
Love your movies. Wow.
He's never heard that before.
Yeah.
Nighthawk, Richard Bogan says happy birthday. Francois Guibal says hello. I'm sure I'm not saying that right. Tea Time says, I think the $2,000 is the bill now. I agree. They should have, look, if they had a 10% increase every year for 10 years,
yeah.
What would they be at? 12, be at $2,000.
Yeah.
$2,000 is where they should have been at. With a 10% increase in the rate, they would have gone to year one, 1,100, year two, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400. After 10 years, you'd be at 2,000.
Yeah.
So 2,000 is only where they should be. Now they need to pay because I have to do all of the catch-up work. And look, every network guy has his own way of doing things. I'm not saying the other guy did it wrong, but he's got his way, I've got mine. I got to undo what he did to get it back to the way. So that's more work for me than if they had just left it alone.
Yep.
So 2,000 isn't enough, in my opinion. But then when are you tightening the screws? At what point did the customer go, okay, I called you for help and you just, in my time of need, you just gave it to me? Well, welcome to capitalism, welcome to America. Isn't that what you do in your job?
Yeah.
You know what, I don't think that's going to be a convincing argument. I don't think that's going to win me over. I'll have to find a more delicate, more diplomatic way to say it.
Yeah.
Let's hope they don't call.
Right.
Let's hope they don't call.
Right.
But if they call, I just want to know what to say.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to go, some of these rich guys, and this guy's rich, think that if they give you a nickel, that you should do whatever they tell you to do. And if you won't do it, they'll hire someone else for the nickel.
Yeah.
I don't like people like that. You can be rich and be nice.
And again, jumping back on that train takes you away from doing
this and it's going to monopolize my time until I get him back. And he's across town.
Right.
He's
so
30 miles away.
Yeah, you've got to go, look, I'm vlogging almost Monday through Friday, and I'm liking it, and my people like it, and so I don't
have that stress.
Right.
I mean, I have people punching me virtually for no good reason. I don't like your video, punch. They won't do that. Yeah. But what they'll do is they'll say, everything works, why are we paying you? Or they'll say, nothing works, why are we paying you? Yeah. I'm Kevin.
Yeah.
Nothing is good. All I do is complain. Yeah. Life is hard. You're laughing, you're chuckling a little too much at that.
Yeah. Don't bring me down. It's my special day. So quit talking.
You know, statistically, people only live to the age of...
Yeah.
Every day.
Up to your age, Mitch. Yeah. So.
I laugh because otherwise I'd cry.
Right.
Stephen Bernstein. Steve's been a very generous contributor to the channel. Always happy to see my supportive viewers. And look at, not only is he generous, but he's kind and thoughtful.
Yeah.
See, it's possible.
Oh yeah.
There are people like that in the world. Let's focus on that.
Yeah.
William Burlingame says, good show, have to leave soon. Patrick says, get paid for the year up front. You know what sucks about that? When you put a check in the bank over $3,000, the IRS gets flat. Like, it's like, what's going on here? It's not that you can't do it, but if you want to get the attention of the government, the bank has to file with the government by law any deposit over, I don't know, because I don't make that kind of money.
I think it's $1,500.
No,
anything that flags, well, in terms of you got to pay Uncle Sam.
No, in terms of the bank reporting a deposit, I think in the United States it's $3,000 or $4,000.
Yeah, so you
So if I
in,
deposit a $24,000 check,
they're
not going to do anything to me, but behind the scenes, they're reporting that to the government just to go, hey, this is unusual activity, right? And if I do it every day, then I'm really going to get some attention, especially from relatives I didn't know I had.
Yeah.
Rick Hubbard says, I sent $10 by PayPal. Thank you, Rick Hubbard. You're a moderator. Give it to Linda. Linda's busy, but Linda lives, my sister, she could do the work. I don't think she wants to, but that's an option. Christoph Ash, he watches us from Germany. $1,500 US would be my new price. Take it or leave it. Keep it up and keep it simple. I don't think I'd do it for $1,500.
No.
I don't think it's worth it.
No, it's not.
Because they're just going to use me again.
Yeah, it's not.
If they don't appreciate the value of what I offer, and I'm doing all this work to keep their price low, then and they don't see the value in that.
Yeah.
Like they want it all. I'm not a Walmart item.
Well, and you kind of set a goal for yourself where you said this year, 2019, I want to do this full time. And I think that was an admirable goal to go, this is what I'm going to do for 2019. Well, to see if this is, I can grow the channel.
I still have customers to take care of.
Yeah.
But the idea is that when you hit that fork in the road, when I lost them, the idea was, okay, do I replace them with another retainer?
Sure.
Or do I put that extra time into more YouTube videos? And YouTube has been doing well for me this month. And look at, we have 792 people. How much people were watching me live before, on average? 500, 600?
Yeah.
So we're getting some growth. I mean, I haven't exploded. I'm not Casey Neistat or Liza Koshy or PewDiePie or Logan Paul.
Right.
But
it's growing steady.
You know, it's you know. So Irving T's contributed €5. He says,
Thanks.
"Hi Mitch, I wish you a very good day.
Irving T, you get a salute out,
and you will be very spoiled. Happy birthday." Ruben Nera contributed $2. Says, "Keep it up." Look at that picture of that dog. Hey, you know what time it is? You want to see something funny?
Oh, you get the handheld camera going so I can.
Well, hold on. I just need a little break for a minute. Watch this. Hold on, let me get the other feed up here. Let's get this camera down here. You want to see something funny?
Well, let me just clink the lid of the jar and see if they hear that.
You know what I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, do it. So Mitch is going to clink. He's going to clink the cookie jar for the dogs. Louder. What is that, boy? Oh, here comes one from outside, all the way out in the backyard. Here he comes. He heard that all the way outside.
You guys can have these. Go have these, and don't bite my hand.
Okay, hold on. Let me get the camera on you. Hold on a second. Don't give it to him yet.
Will they do the paw to me or no paw? Yeah.
If you got a cookie,
Yeah.
that's all that matters. Let me get around so we can see it from your end.
Okay.
Or you can come over to me.
Yeah. Are they in frame?
Yep.
Can you give me a paw? Oh, a paw. And can you give me a paw? Can you give me a paw? There you go. That's good. That's
I'm
good.
out of here. You just made their day.
I just can't get over the click. Just the sound of the click.
He's a messy eater. Takes after me.
Just the sound of the clink. They knew.
Isn't that hilarious?
That's funny.
There's the streamer. That's the AMD system we built.
With the
There's all my HDMI cables.
with the capture card
and the Wi-Fi. You know what my Wi-Fi speed is? It's insane. And there's the camera. People don't normally see this angle.
And you know, with that streaming card, you have not had a stutter,
Not a glitch.
not a glitch.
I want another
Just,
one.
You know,
$900 seemed expensive, but now it seems like a bargain.
well,
Funny how the perspective changes.
You've had not a problem. You haven't had to. Before, you used to have to reset, and then it would send out more emails to people going, the stream started again. It's just rock steady. So that's one of those you get what you pay for thing, right, Jim? Right, so right.
He's had enough. This is enough. All right. What are we doing now?
Well, I think we're going to.
You're going to install the RAM, right?
Yeah, we're going to connect the fan.
Oh,
I think,
yeah.
right
Well,
now.
let's hold off on the fan for a moment.
And we're going to.
Now, you remember where the RAM needs to go?
Let
me wash my hands because I got
dogs. BC and A7.
You suck my back.
Yeah.
What's up, my Lyle? What's up, you monster? You cookie monster?
Now, did you say with two sticks you might be able to? You talk a lot about dual channel, and that I can't kind of. Is that a BIOS setting, or I can't? Is that a feature of a particular motherboard? Explain to me. Do you know? Like you said, sometimes people load all the things and they're not benefiting by loading all four sticks in. They're thinking they're getting, this and that.
They got a hole, they got to fill it.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily true, but most modern boards now offer dual channel. Is that what it's called?
When we talk about most boards, we're talking about consumer based.
Right.
Okay. A lot of people, they see Threadripper, they see the 6950X, they see these high-end chips that are designed for very specific workloads. It's not any better for gaming. Like if you type in what's the best CPU for gaming, like every high-end CPU comes up. Whatever's the fastest, they just automatically say, that's the best one for you. It's a load of BS. What it's doing is you have more cores and you have more PCIe lanes. Those lanes are where traffic flows, the traffic from the graphics card, the traffic from your M.2 drive. If you have two video cards that you want to run them super, super fast, and two M.2 drives, you want them running, and they all can't go down the same lane of traffic. So if you've got all these cars and you only have a couple of lanes, traffic gets backed up and they can't run at their full speed. Most people don't fill every socket, and they don't have that need. It's a very specific need, and it's very expensive, and it's very finicky. And those systems that have a lot of PCIe lanes also have something called quad channel memory. And that enables you to access all 4 RAM sticks simultaneously. Right? You have 2 modules in a consumer-based chip. Okay. You have dual channel. Now 2 dual channels, which is why 2 of these are one color and 2 of these are another. Each pair of sockets is a channel. We've got 2 channels. On the higher end board, you also have 2 channels. You'll have 4 on this side and 4 on this side.
Right.
2 quad channels runs into the same problem as 2 dual channels. Let me ask you a question. How much memory is this?
16.
16 gigs.
Yeah, 2 8s. Yeah.
So with 2 8s, you could have also gone to 4 4s.
Right.
If you went with 4 4s, you'd fill up all 4 sockets.
But
you'd also consume more power. And you'd have 4 memory modules that can fail.
Right.
Potentially. When you have 2, how many memory modules can fail? Half as many.
Right.
And what if you put 4 4s in for 16? How would you upgrade? The most a consumer motherboard can hold today is 64 gigs. And the largest memory module a consumer can buy is 16 gigs.
Okay.
So 16, 16, 16, and 16 is 64. You've maxed out the board. You don't necessarily get better performance. You definitely pay for it in the wallet. And some people, very few people, need 64 gigs more than they need the faster performance, and they're worth it if they need it. But they need it. You don't.
Right.
It's a very specific use case scenario, and the people who need it know they need it. The people who are guessing, do I need it? If you have to ask yourself that question, the answer is no.
Right.
Okay, we're talking big, big dollars in this. And you add these high-end components, you're adding heat, you're adding power consumption, you're increasing your chances for a part failure.
Right.
And anytime you want to upgrade, like if you already have 16s, if you put 4 16s in this, you can never go anywhere above that. You will have maxed it out.
Right.
You go, well, I'll just max it out because I got the money. But your system will run hotter, consume more power, and you're actually harming yourself in other ways. You probably won't notice any performance difference. When I talk about dual channel versus 2 dual channel, you probably won't see a difference one way or the other when it comes to performance. But when it comes to heat and power consumption and the likelihood of a failure, you're paying extra for that. Why would you?
Right.
So the motherboard manual specifies if you're only going to use 2 modules in this consumer-based socket chipset, it's all on the chipset.
Yeah.
These are the 2 you should start with.
Okay.
Which is, for whatever reason, with Asus, it's A2 and B2. You think it'd be A1 and A2?
Right.
Or A1 and B1? But no, it's A2 and B2. Whatever. If you're overclocking, it's tougher to overclock 4 memory modules.
Yep.
So there's all these reasons to stick with 2 memory modules on a consumer-based motherboard,
Right.
unless you prioritize memory capacity over memory performance. But you would represent a very small portion of computer users. And when you get to that level, maybe you need to start looking at Socket 2011 or TR4 for Threadripper or the higher end workstation industrial type.
Does having the extra RAM help, say, for something like video editing?
Depends on the video editing software.
Okay.
In some cases, yes, and in other cases, no. It also depends, what are you editing? Are you editing 4K video, 360-degree video,
1080,
8K video? And how long is the video? Is it an hour? Is it 2 hours? I mean, who the heck in their right mind would make a 2-hour video?
Yeah.
Also, how many transitions do you have? How many video effects are you adding?
Right.
This is a Hollywood special effects movie. You're not going to be using this chip. You're going to go way, way up. Right? It's Hollywood. Yeah. You're not making a movie for under $20 million anymore. So suddenly a $6,000 computer compared to a $2,000 computer, the producer's going to go, just buy it. I don't care. It's nothing. Right? They're paying the lighting guys in the union a lot more money than that every day. So Not that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying when you're producing a movie, that's cheap. Just deal with it. When you're a home user in your hobby room or whatever, and you want to tinker, it might be fun to tinker with, but you'll be tinkering with it a long, long time. If you just get a consumer-based chip, you'll have a chip that's quieter, you'll have a system that's less finicky, and you'll have a system that's better suited to your needs. Right? I could buy a limousine and drive it around town, empty with just me in there. I could go buy a bus. I could buy a bus just by myself, drive my bus. It's harder to park, it gets terrible gas mileage, I gotta watch clearances. I'm not going to be passing anybody, but why don't I buy it? Is it illegal for me to buy a bus? But it's bigger, so it's better, right?
No.
What if I want to tow a boat? What if I want to open the top? What if I want an electric car? What if I need four-wheel drive? That's why they make different cars. There's no one car that fits everybody. As likely, or in a similar way, there's no one chipset or chip that fits everybody. But in general, if you're buying a consumer-based Intel or AMD-based motherboard, it's going to support dual channel. And you will benefit yourself to use 2 memory modules instead of 4. If you use 4, the world doesn't end.
Right.
But why would you do that to yourself?
You're doubling the amount of something can go wrong, and
And what happens when you want to upgrade? Something's got to come out.
Yeah.
If you go with 2 8s, you could put 2 more 8s in here to get yourself to 32. That's reasonable. It's doubtful you would ever benefit from anything more than that, unless you're suddenly using Adobe Premiere in your, After Effects, and then even then, this is a little inadequate for that. Even if you maxed it out, this is still at its maxed out, won't do as good of a job in Adobe Premiere and After Effects with big professional style videos. It'll get the job done, don't get me wrong, but it won't do it as well as, let's say, a 69. I'm using the 6950X because it's the only number that's an older chip. I must have built one of those recently. But just to give you an idea, Socket 2011 on Intel, or Socket TR4 or Threadripper, TR Threadripper, on the AMD side. But my Threadripper system, that's the community build, you ever see me use it?
No.
It's a pain in my butt.
Right.
It's pretty.
It's
fast.
Loud. It's fast. It's loud. Yeah.
And it was when I turned XMP on, it was crashing on me, and I had to turn XMP off. It's finicky.
Yeah.
It's a diva, and in every way, shape, and form, it's expensive. It's pretty, and it's nothing but problems. It's a diva.
Yeah.
This will run solid for you for many, many, many years, at least 8 years.
Yeah.
I promise you.
And my only thing is sometime this year I will add a graphics card, but we'll talk about what.
Oh, we're going to put a graphics card in this?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll talk about what I should add, and there you go. Should we put in the RAM?
What, you're saying we should get back to work? You're going to get this done today?
Before my bones start creaking more than they.
Too late.
Yeah.
763 people are watching. Hello to everybody joining us.
And some people might have a question. Of course, this is DDR4 memory, but then it, right on the RAM module, it's DDR4 dash and then 3000. You can get 3300 or 3400. You can get 27. Is that a voltage? What's that number? I forget what that.
That's speed.
That's speed.
But I've never seen real world performance difference. Like, it might make milliseconds of difference,
yeah,
but it's nothing a human being will notice. But since you're using onboard video, your onboard video performance will be improved with the faster memory. But the minute you go to a discrete graphics card, not so much. Not so much. If you're overclocking, but then you're on your own. That's like somebody saying, I'm going to climb Mount Everest. Why?
Right.
Why would you risk? You know how many dead bodies are on Mount Everest? They can't get them back.
Right. Yeah.
They spent all that money, flew all that way, and died there.
For what? So that's just called having too much money and too much time. I'm what we call practical, right? I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm saying I can't sustain a business doing that. I would go out of business just in the support alone. And no corporation is going to hire you in an IT department to overclock, to add a liquid cooler, to put RGB lighting in the real world, in business. That's a skill set that has no value, and you will never exercise that. As a hobbyist, knock yourself out, but that's not what I do here. I'm trying to show people how easy it is. The majority of computer owners just want a good, fast, reliable machine. And they're often just relying on companies like Dell and HP to deliver that to them, and it's not what they get oftentimes, and they feel helpless. And I'm here to tell you, you're not helpless. This stuff is incredibly simple, and don't let those extremists on the internet tell you need liquid cooling, RGB lighting, case windows. Don't listen to them. Unless, well, what's the expression? A fool and his money are soon
Parted ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if that's what makes you happy, do it. Just don't come to me for help, because I got real serious problems. That's not creating your own problem when you were warned is for you to deal with, not me.
And did you say?
Unless it's like $2,500.
We looked in the book, and did you say it's the two gray ones, not the black ones? I forget.
Well, we can look on the board, and you see what it says right here?
Oh yeah, yeah. Very small print. Yeah.
Mhm.
B1, B2, A1, A2. Yeah.
And then we want to use B2 and A2.
Okay.
Even so they even put that backwards. They didn't start with A, they started with
Right.
B.
Right.
If you're reading top down.
Yeah.
Let's grab the camera, let's do the RAM.
Okay.
Everybody's like, geez, I had this built already. Yeah, but it wouldn't have been as fun. We're not having a race. This is not a race. It's a rally. Okay. Let's go right here. Okay.
Well, and like, here's our RAM, and like Carrie has said, here's how you wanna open it. Like that. Pull out the card.
There's probably a go faster sticker in
Yeah.
there.
Oh yes. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Because you never have enough of those.
3D. And then
My eye!
yeah, and then
Doctor said I'm supposed to get stickers in it.
here's what you don't want to yank it out or bend it out.
No,
You
it's painful.
you want to bend the plastic.
There you go.
Okay. And
Now, here on the circuit board, and it's also in the instruction manual,
right down there, if you can see,
you'll see
Yeah.
it says DIMM.
B1, B2, A1, and A2.
Right, so what that's telling you, B1, B2, A1, and A2, just in the order they're in.
In.
They're labeled up here,
Yep. They can see it. Yep.
right?
Yep.
So which slockets?
The
Which slots?
slockets we want is we want.
Are they the black ones or the gray ones?
We want the black. We want B1.
Nope.
No, we want B2.
Mm-hmm.
This side doesn't open, or doesn't it?
It does. There you go.
Yeah, and A2.
There you go. Now, the system will still work if you don't put it in the dual channel. It just won't work as fast.
Okay, and of course these
This side
are
doesn't
stacked.
open. You know why? That's because if your graphics card is in here,
Right.
it'll
Okay.
block. You'll have to take your graphics card out. So some motherboards do that. When the PCI Express slot comes up to that, this side stays in a fixed position. Now there's a little groove in that memory, little hole, and then there's a groove in the socket. So the memory, that groove is off center, so the memory can only go in one direction. And we'll start with the one closest to you, because if you start with this one, I won't be able to see you do the other one. That's the only reason why. It's terrible for filming. Now you're going to set it in the track. It's going to go straight down into the track. You probably need to do both sides at the same time, or if you put it in sideways, if one side goes in before the other, yeah, that's perfect. Now use your thumbs, push down one corner and then the other.
Did you hear the click?
I heard it, and only one side clicks. And then, once again, you'll bend the plastic.
Boom, just like that. That easy.
Look at you. You're such a nerd.
That I could do, yeah.
All right, congratulations.
Okay.
Who's got 2 thumbs and installed memory? This guy.
Right here. All right, we don't need the plastic. Okay.
All right, now I can switch back. to... Here, can you guys do this for me? Just grab that.
Yeah, just grab it.
Let's zoom in on. See the slightest little movement and you get lost. It's not easy. I always wondered how he did that. He uses a camera. Yeah, I found painting took longer.
Did we want to plug that in?
Yeah, let's do that next. So the first thing I want you to do is we're going to take this wire tie off. We're going to replace it with a nylon zip tie. These have wire in them, and they get dry and brittle over time and break apart and float around in your system. And if it falls behind where there's power, whether it's in your power supply, behind your motherboard, it will short circuit one day, everything is running fine, and then suddenly smoke comes out. And you know what happens if the smoke comes out?
You grill a cheese sandwich? No.
If the smoke comes out, the system won't work anymore because it runs on smoke.
Black or white? Pick your voice.
The cable's black, but the connector is white. I don't think you can choose wrong.
No.
You got a black and white theme going on here. You want to use black?
Sure.
Okay, in that drawer.
These ones are a little thinner than your nice ones, but it does right.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to pretty much keep it the way it was. I'm not going to redo it. I'm just going to replace the wire tie with a nylon zip tie. And in that drawer, there's a pair of wire cutters. Or you can use your wire cutter. I don't care. I like mine.
Yeah.
Because they have a flat edge, whereas yours are rounded edges. So I can get closer. Because if you leave a little part of this pigtail out, it'll cut you. No, those are needle nose pliers. I need wire cutters.
Just wanted to see if you were paying attention. These are them.
I said.
Why? These are them, huh?
Yeah. You see how one side is flat?
Yeah.
Thank you, my sommelier. And I'm just gonna see how I can get it nice and flush.
Yeah.
And then I can snip that little pigtail off. And let me grab the close-up camera and you can plug it in. Now, if you look really closely, again, we can look at the motherboard manual or we can just read the writing etched on the circuit board of the motherboard to know which of those is for the CPU.
Yep.
So let's go back to, here we go.
It'll be tough to see with a RAM, but down there it says CPU fan and CPU optional.
Where does it say that?
Right below the black one.
I can just move the camera. Focus. Oh, you see how I zoom in? I need more light.
Yeah.
Is it there? Can you read it?
Yeah, you could. There they can get a look-see. Yeah, right there. Yeah.
I think it's focusing on the RAM.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the white one
is the CPU, and again, it has a, what do you call that? A little thing here. It's a 4-pin, but you have a
it can only go on
one way.
And the plug has little grooves, and that's going to align with that tab. And it's just going to push on, just a friction fit. Oh, sure, you got to put your thumb right there.
Yeah. Very bad eyes. All right, let's see. Am I even? I'm not even.
It's funny the viewers at home can see it better than you can.
That's on, isn't it? No?
All right. That's what you got, my friend.
Yeah. Okay.
Give her a spin. Give me a twirl. Show that out. Classy. You know what time it is? It's time to put the motherboard into the case. It's time to marry the motherboard to the case.
Okay. Now we're gonna set it flat, and because we've got an extra set of hands, it might.
Yeah, we want to get it off the Lazy Susan. I don't want this rotating on us. So you pick up the case. I'm going to pull the Lazy Susan out.
Okay.
What's that little rotating round table thing you call it?
Go.
It's a Lazy Susan. No, it isn't. That's my sister's name. Yeah. I'll put it here in the sink. I'm sure nothing bad could happen.
And we're gonna lay it on its side.
Yeah, we're going to lay that flat. Now, if you don't want to scratch your panel, you would take your side panel off. In fact, that side panel needs to come off. Let's take it off now. Tony Wells contributed $1.99. I got 3 packages arrive I wasn't expecting, and each one was gift wrapped. I felt bad I didn't open it on camera, but I have this wish list. I put some like office materials in there, and Tony, in his generosity, and without telling me, ordered me some office supplies that I needed. So thank you, Tony. Again.
Boy, and here's a birthday
a
birthday surprise that I didn't even realize. I've installed an SSD and I forgot about it. I totally forgot.
What is that?
I don't know what size it is, but I'm like, oh, there's a pleasant surprise.
You had to do that after you took the Lazy Susan.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got in there.
Oh.
Happy birthday to me.
Yeah.
See, so you wouldn't, that's the great thing. So at least now you have an NVMe drive and you still have a SATA drive.
Right. $250. I'm not even going to monkey with it. I won't even put it in because again,
You don't want it?
we've got our that and we've got our storage and yeah.
That'll make a good,
Yeah.
You know what you do with that? I'll tell you what I would do with it.
If it was 500 gigs, I mean, I definitely would keep it in there. But at 250, that kind of tells me this is a little old, like Carrie. All right, so I said a little old, like Carrie.
Mitch,
Okay.
you go on Amazon
Okay.
for about $5. You get yourself one of these cables. So if you have one of these old, smaller, because I've never seen one of these die. I
Right.
know they can die, but I've never seen a bad SSD that I've ever installed fail.
Yeah.
And so rather than throw it away or stick it in a drawer and forget about it, you go on Amazon or wherever, New Way,
Yeah.
you know, and you buy one of these cables. They're like $5 to $10. I think this one's $9, and if you watch the sales, it goes to $4.95. And you plug this in like this. It's now an external USB drive. You don't need to buy a casing. It's already got a casing. It ain't going nowhere. Is it going to give you a heart attack to see me do this? Can I wave it over my head like an Ewok?
Okay. And again,
It's great when it's somebody else's drive.
And 250 gigs, great storage.
Now you've got an external,
Or
super fast
fast.
USB 3.0 external drive.
Right. Boom. Yeah.
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 See what I'm saying?
Okay.
Every part of the buffalo, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll have to put a link to that cable.
How cool is that?
Yeah. Very
So-
good. Yeah.
And again, they do sell external enclosures, but
Yeah.
I have to emphasize, this is already an enclosure.
Enclosure,
There's
yeah.
nothing you can static shock on here. So there's no danger. In fact, putting in an enclosure would only make it run hotter, and the hotter it gets, the slower it gets. This is how you do it.
Yeah.
This is
That's how
how
you do
Yeah,
it.
right. Don't do that again, Carrie, they said. Let's see. Put that here, put that there. So, you can regift it.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to me,
Yeah.
I'm gonna regift it. Carrie, ginkgo biloba helps to improve memory. Carrie, ginkgo biloba
Ginkgo
helps
biloba.
to, did I say that already?
Yeah.
Ginkgo, oh, here's a new comment. Ginkgo biloba helps to improve memory.
Okay. I didn't quite get that. Yeah. All right.
Get what?
Yeah. The ginkgo.
I'm gonna
Okay.
keep doing it until somebody
Yeah.
gets the joke.
Okay. Now, with this being a mid tower, do you think all the motherboards come pre?
Well, not with every case manufacturer, but with this motherboard, how many mounting holes do you have? It looks like you got 1, 2, 3 across the bottom, 1, 2, 3 across the middle.
And 1, 2, 3 across the top.
How many standoffs do you have on the top?
9. 1, 2.
That's the, well, you're going sideways.
Oh.
We were going
Yeah.
vertical.
1, 2, 3.
And we were going holes on.
1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm. And way down by the power supply.
1, 2, 3.
You got like Medusa going on
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Return the stone.
Yeah. Should I untie the
Yeah, let's get rid of those front port umbilicals. Right now,
Yeah.
they're tied to the back of the motherboard tray, and they're going to get in the way of installing the motherboards, so we want to just clear that. Go ahead and stand the case upright so people can, we're going to clear this out through the back so it won't interfere. It's going to be, because the board's going to go right to here, it's going to come right to the edge, and it's going to make installing the board a little harder than it needs to be.
So we're gonna feed them through, clear them out of there. For now, yeah.
Yeah, just pull them out. Don't pull on the cables too.
No.
Get this one out too. What's going on with this, Mitch? What are you doing?
This one, yeah.
No. I don't know what this is.
Oh, that's for the two fan. That was for the two fans.
You're going to hook each fan up separately to the board.
Oh,
We're not doing that.
Okay.
What are we?
yeah.
In 1982? Let's go.
Two, you know,
You're such a jerk.
two with the one cable. So you know, is this PWM?
Yes. Well, are those 4-pin fans?
Yes.
Okay. So what happens when you use a splitter on a set of fans is the motherboard will then control both fans. It can't individually increase the speed of one or the other. They both go at the same speed. This motherboard has how many fan headers? You got 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh,
5. How many fans do you have?
3.
1, 2, 3. You don't need a fan splitter.
Okay.
Let the motherboard BIOS. The motherboards today are so intelligent. Using a fan controller or a fan switch to manually do that, that was great in 1999. But today, the motherboards are intelligent and they can, you know, if you're having, let's say, a graphics card here, then the top fan will speed up. Let's say you have hard drives down here, then the bottom fan will speed up, assuming there are temperature sensors located in those areas. Now, you can use the splitter if you want to, but why would you?
Right.
It's one more part,
Right.
it's
Okay.
more cables to manage, and you're defeating the whole engineering and development of the board
Yep.
to dumb it down for no good reason. Sometimes people go, well, I got the splitter, I might as well use it.
Right.
Well, I got this poison, I might as well drink it.
Yeah.
I hate to waste good poison.
Poison. Yeah.
You know how much this poison cost? I'm drinking all of it.
Yeah.
Calling Coca-Cola poison, and there goes my sponsorship opportunity. Just when I was under consideration.
Consideration.
It's gone. PWM stands for pulse width modulation. For those who don't know, that's from Jack Cutter. Yeah, that cleared it all up.
Yeah.
You know what PWM stands for? Pulse width modulation.
Okay.
What's that mean?
Yeah. So really, the
It means it's better.
The motherboard can control all 3 fans separately. Spin one down, keep 2 going. Spin all 3.
So a 4-pin fan is a PWM fan, and a 3-pin fan is a 3-pin fan. I can't think of what it's called.
Oh, that's a JIP. The one on the back is only 3.
That's okay.
So yeah.
It'll still control the fan speed with 3. So if you only had if you only had positive and negative, the fan runs full speed all the time. With 3, the fan can run at different speeds, but with 4, it can be even more granular, even to a complete stop.
Right. Okay.
So more pins, more control over the fan.
Okay.
So don't worry if it's a 3-pin fan. You're not going to hear it.
Right.
It's still going to control it.
Yeah.
But instead of having, let's say with a 4-pin fan, you have from 0 to full on, let's say there are 8 different positions. With a 3-pin fan, let's say there's 4 positions. That's all. And I'm making those numbers up. I don't know how granular it is, but that's just to get you the gist of the concept.
Okay.
Because I don't have time to study inconsequential stuff like that only obsessive nerds consider. No average home user gives a rat's behind. As long as it's working reliably and fast and it's quiet, that's what they care about. And a 3-pin fan will get you there, and a 4-pin fan will get you there.
Okay.
Reloaded's contributed $1.99. He says, I sent a donation for the channel. Thank you, Reloaded. That's good soda. Sorry, I'm from Michigan. Yeah. That's good pop.
Yeah. Viewers know Carrie's from Michigan, and I'm from Michigan too.
I knew there was something I liked about you.
Yeah.
I didn't know what it was.
Yeah. I grew up in the little town Madonna. Grew up in 20 miles north of Detroit, called Rochester,
I grew up in
Michigan.
a little town Carrie Holzman grew up in.
Yeah.
14 miles from the Canadian border. Yeah. Just a city boy,
I thought you
born
were,
and raised in South Detroit.
I thought you were 8 Mile. You and Eminem. So no.
I was 10 mile.
10
I was 2 miles away from Eminem.
Okay.
Vertically. Horizontally, way down. 8 Mile goes way down.
Yeah.
Hey, I was on 10 Mile.
10 Mile.
I lived across. I know many of you won't believe this. I lived across the street from the Detroit Zoo.
Oh yeah.
I got out.
Yeah. I spent a week there one day. Yeah, it was very
I
exciting.
spent a week there one day.
Very exciting.
Growing up, I used to hear the elephants trumpeting,
right.
and I just thought that was normal. I didn't.
Right.
Like when we moved out here, I'm like, what's that? Well, that's a train? I never heard that before.
Yeah.
What happened to the other sound? Well, those are elephants.
Mm.
But where are the elephants? We don't live there anymore, Gary. Those were at the zoo. How do those elephants survive the winter?
I don't know.
I never thought about it. Let's get the motherboard installed. So to do that,
they store a lot in their trunk. Just kidding.
They store a lot of what?
I don't know. Okay.
Some questions you don't want answers
not
to.
yet. So are you going to grab the handhold?
I'm not tall enough.
Oh.
Maybe you film,
yeah.
And I'll do it. There you go. Let's get you untangled. Donnie Seegers contributed $2. Great video. Happy birthday, Mitch.
Thank you, Donnie.
Carrie got out of the zoo. Yes, that was the joke. It was one ticket to get in and one ticket to get out. I still have peanuts left over.
Yeah, in through the exit. Yeah.
I was such a little rascal. We used to be able to pull a fence and get up in through the fence and get into the zoo for free.
For nothing. One of the dead end.
I'm a rebel.
Yeah, one of the dead end kids. All right. So.
I'm a rebel. I talk to the bus driver when the bus is in motion. I would rent VHS tapes and not rewind them. You can't stop me.
Yeah.
I do what I want.
Yeah.
Let's go to camera 2.
Shaky cam. Okay.
Camera 2. All right. Let's take a look at this. I'm going to turn this way. So these are the standoffs we're talking about. Now, on some cases, these come pre-installed. You see, they even have a little letter A that would refer to the ATX. There's also micro ATX and mini ITX. Mini ITX, hold on, I'm confused. All right, this is the back where the I/O shields are. The I/O right back here. Right, that's that plate. You're gonna have to come on the other side. You can't see it around the fan. No, this side. I have to be more specific. This I/O shield, this is the I/O shield right here. This is the back of the case. So we're gonna line up the ports on the I/O shield of the motherboard right here with the holes right here. And doing that, let's go back in the case. These standoffs on the Corsair are pre-installed. Not all case manufacturers pre-install all of the standoffs. Sometimes they pre-install some, sometimes they pre-install none. This one in the middle, we don't put a screw in, it's a little post. And that post is there to hold the board into position when you seat it, and then you're gonna secure with 8 screws around it. So even though we've got 9 holes, we're gonna use 8 screws because the middle, can you get that in on an angle? Can you actually jam that in there somehow so we can see the profile? No, you're gonna have to do this. I don't even know if this is gonna work. Wait, I think I hit a button. That's how hard it is to film. There it is. Now you can kind of see. See, it's a little post versus when you look at the other ones, they just take there's a screw that goes in there. All right, back to you. So the way I'm gonna put the motherboard in, get all your cables out of the way. Sometimes it even helps to get, maybe you should see my right hand? Sometimes you need to take this fan out. Don't be a hero if there's no shame if you need to take this fan out. Especially when you have this plastic cover, it can intersect with that fan and it will fit, but it's going to be a tight fit. I'm going to set the board in and I'm going to start to line it up. Now I want you to come around this side. And I want you to see what's happening right here. What I'm trying to do is get all those ports to line up. See that? Remember what I said about those little tabs? Those metal tabs? Sometimes they can fold over the top, especially like on these recessed USB or HDMI. Be very careful and aware of that. There's nothing worse than putting your whole system together and then realizing after the fact you've got to take it all back apart because you can't plug something into that. And it can short out and cause damage. So I wish motherboard manufacturers would get rid of that. Now, you see how I've got everything lined up here? Looks pretty lined up, right? But it's not all the way, this should stick out. If you give me a top angle, you'll see it's not sticking out very far. Well, that's a bottom angle. I want you to stand up, come in just like that. You see how that's barely coming out?
Yeah.
So let's go back into the case. Now that we have it lined up, and I'm going to pick up the back of the board, and I'm going to push it towards the back of the case until that middle post will fall into position. Well, let's see what I did here. Do you see this? See how it's interfering with my ability to put the board in? So if something's hard, don't force it. You're doing something wrong. Taking that fan out would prevent that cable from getting in the way. Did you see the post go through? Did you catch that? Want me to do it again? That post went through that center hole and it's holding the motherboard now. I can't move it. Come around the back. Let's double check. Do we have any of those little metal rounding points intersecting or folding down over our ports? Does it look good? I think it looks good. Why don't you give me a little angle on this like this so we can see the depth with which it's supposed to come out. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This one needs to come out. We need to see these come out a little bit too. See how they kind of jut out just a little bit? That's proper installation. I've seen this where this doesn't, like half of this comes through the hole.
Right.
So that is textbook perfect. Good job, Carey. Thank you. All right. It's time to secure the board. Where are the screws for this case? you not bring them?
I don't know, they gotta be in one of those bags, I would think.
I got nylon zip ties, I got SATA cables. We're not using SATA cables. Oh, you remembered them. You remembered. Okay, fan screws I don't need. Fan screws, more fan screws. Standoffs, they do give you a couple extras. Thin, fine threaded screws, which we're not going to use on this build. This must be the motherboard screws because that's all that's left. Guess how many of these I need?
8.
Ding, 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 ding. Correct. Now, I recommend you tighten these by hand. Having said that, I'm going to use my electric screwdriver.
Because that's how he rolls. All right.
Because I'm a professional. I'm professional. Here we go. Give me a nice close-up here. Where are you? Oh, it's the lighting problem.
Yeah.
What can we do for lighting? Hold on, let's see if we can get some light in here. This is a bright kitchen, and it's still not enough light. One of my viewers sent me this really cool flashlight. You might want to back the light off just a little bit, just tilt it in the right way. It's more important to get it tilted right than to get it close. Doesn't matter where we start. Whoops, I don't want to tighten them down because I may need to shift the board a little bit to get all of the holes going. Hold on. Okay. Okay, we got it. Thank you, boy. You're good. I think that was the part for Franklin's build, so I can finish this tomorrow. Okay, where was I? I don't have to start these in any particular order. What a mess of cables that is. Come stand over my shoulder if you wouldn't mind. Keep going. Keep coming towards me. Tell me if I need a breath mint. Okay, raise that camera up. I'm going to go right here. Now you might need to come around the other side. This is a very, very difficult thing to film. It's pretty easy to do though. Let's get this light. Turn the righties tighties, lefties loosies. We're going to go right above that one where we just were. Okay, middle one we don't use. We've already got one there, and then these are a little difficult to film, but we're going to go right up here into this corner. Perfect. We're going to do the middle. We get real close to the RAM. Also, when you have a lot of RAM installed, this can be a bit of a challenge to get in there. It is right. This is going to be hard for you to see because I can barely see it. It's right there. Okay, yeah, I can barely. Let's bring that light in right here. Come around, bring the camera around the same side. There you go. Okay, and then we have the last one, which is you're going to want to stay pretty much where you are. It's right here. This is where a magnetized screwdriver is going to be your best friend. Let's see. No, let's try right about there. I'm trying to direct you, and I'm not paying attention to where the screw's going. That's it. So I'm going to just tighten these all down. If you want to back this way off, let's make sure we're backed all the way out. And just give me it as high as you can hold it. There you go. And I'm just going to go around. There's no particular order that I have to tighten these in. My screwdriver has an auto-off clutch, and it will stop automatically at my specified torque setting of 3. And we're going to replace this wire tie with a nylon zip tie, but this can go to each. See, there's a white fan header. That's for an all-in-one pump. And then there's another fan header right above it. And I know you can't see this, but it's just you can kind of look at it. It goes on no differently than the CPU fan header. You see? Right there, tip of my finger. So we'll replace that wire tie with a nylon zip tie. Now let's give you a break and switch over to the main camera. You're good, and we can put that back here on the stand. Good job. Good job.
Wire zip tie.
Now, yeah, you want to do that here? Why is Mitch not building? Mitch can jump in at any point. I told Mitch he's a little nervous about some of the stuff. He's done this before.
Yeah.
And Mitch is bigger than me, so all he has to do is give me a good shot. Can I have another zip tie? I want to use 2 on this one because there's so much wire, so much extra slack here. Thank you. Can you grab that lazy Susan for me? Thank you. All right. Now, this is a good time to get these cables untangled, and we're going to hook the motherboard power up
then the front port switches, and then we're going to test fire this bad boy. In fact, apart from any cable management, we will, and installing the operating system, we'll be all done. The building part is almost complete. So all I'm doing right now is I'm just taking my time to run these cables away from each other to untangle them. It's going to make finding the cable I need less stressful. It just takes a moment, and it's worth doing. What is that? It's a little bunched up right there. You've got more than enough cables, I will tell you that. So the big motherboard power connector. See how I did that?
Yeah.
We're going to run that right out. Would you grab that for me? Pull it through. Keep pulling. Keep pulling. Keep pulling. Right there. Would you feed it up right through here for me? I'm going to grab it. I'm going to turn it with the clip facing the edge of the motherboard. I need to speak up so people can hear me. Push it on until it snaps. Boom. All right, next, we're going to do this 8-pin CPU power, which is right up in this cable. I'm going to put you to work. Are you ready?
Yeah.
So this connector says CPU right on the edge of it. We're going to run it out through the same hole. I need you to bring it up through this hole. And I'm going to pull it back. And again, clip to the outside edge. Not all motherboards have the clip to the outside edge, but if you're using this motherboard, it's on the outside edge. And then we're going to plug that in. It's on. Pull that slack back. Look at how clean that looks. You've hooked up all the power. That's it. That's it for power. So easy. It's that easy. Front port umbilicals. That's going to be USB audio. Once you give me that audio cable, and we're going to run it right through here because the audio is going to.
Didn't the motherboard come with a thingy?
I don't want to use it.
Okay. What thingy? What
It's
did you
got
want?
a quick connector,
Yeah.
but it quickly falls off.
What do you want? The HD audio?
Yes, please. Run right through here.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, the HD audio, it says HD audio right on it. It's usually somewhere in this lower left quadrant of the board, and it'll say like AFP, like audio front panel. And one pin is missing, which in this case is on the top row. There's no clip or anything. It's just going to fit on there with friction. Be careful that you get it on both sets of pins. Sometimes people get it on one set and don't even realize it. And you can't put it in upside down. Will you pull that slack back for me, please, a little bit? Perfect. USB 3.0. You've got two places to put it. We can put one here and we can put one down here. You want here? Bring it to me right here. Thank you. There's a notch on it. It lines up one way. Yeah, this way. And I'm going to put it right here because it's easy. Some other boards have two. Just leave it like that. Don't try and, yeah, you're going to have a miserable birthday if you try and do that anymore. And then, yeah, bring me the front ports. You know what? Let's bring them through here because this one's empty.
All of them?
Yeah, give me them all. Why is it so short? Is that the way they did it? I mean, it's good. Okay, hard drive LED goes on the first two pins on the lower left with the positive cable closest to the edge. Reset switch goes right next to that. There is no positive or negative. Even though the reset switch will say positive and negative, there's no such thing on a switch. So you can't put it in upside down. You can put it on the wrong pins, but you can't put it in upside down. Next, we've got the power switch. The power switch goes right above the reset switch on those two pins. All of these connectors go on horizontally. They do not go on vertically. And then the last thing I've got is the power LED. LEDs are light emitting diodes. A diode only allows power to flow in one direction. If you put it on backwards, your LED no worky.
Okay.
So check your LEDs. If you've got it on the right connector and it's not lighting up, you've got positive on negative and negative on positive. You need to reverse the polarity of the neutron flow. I don't know. Something Dr. Who said all the time.
for this, I need my glasses. I need my glasses. That's a Jerky Boys reference. I need my glasses. All right, yep, positive is on the other side. I'm glad I didn't just put that on blindly. They split the power cables to power negative and positive because some motherboards have a 3-pin power connector and some have a 2. And most motherboards you see me use have both. I could use the 3-pin power connector over on this side, but I like all 4 bunched up together. Are you ready to do the smoke test?
No fans? You don't want to?
What fans?
You want to plug in?
Oh, these 2 additional fans?
Yeah.
You don't need them.
I'd like them.
Okay, let's see, where's a good place to run? Give me one fan header right here. And we're going to plug that in where it says chassis fan, right up here at the top. You can't go wrong, just whatever fan header is the closest, as long as it's not designed for the pump.
Yeah.
A pump just runs full speed, I think.
Then you got to have room for a second one.
Second one, let's put it down here. Give it to me here. And we'll plug that right in next to the front port umbilicals. Done.
And then did we plug in the rear?
Yeah. Remember I wire tied it?
Yeah.
Sir! It's only 2 o'clock. This is a record. No, we're not using that cable.
Oh.
Leave that nice and round. I got one right there you can use. Power supply in the off position.
We'll put this in later.
What do you got?
Storage.
Yeah, later.
CPU cover in the box, as always.
Yeah, put all this.
Put that goes in.
Put all that.
These. You don't want that. You don't hear. You might as well hang on to.
Yeah, if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Your extra wire hangers, I don't know what you did with the rest of your cooler parts.
Okay.
We don't need any more of this. You want to put that in there? Oh, these are the rest of your cooler. You know what? We should put this in a Ziploc bag so they don't fall out. And if you want to get a Sharpie marker and just write Region 5 on it so you know what it is. I'm getting hungry. We're gonna do chicken wings tonight?
Mugen 5.
So see, that was. Where do you want to go for your birthday?
That was a pretty
Burger
fast.
King? McDonald's?
No thanks. Yeah.
It's a special day. It's my treat.
Yeah. Oh, then a 10-pound lobster, little surf and turf action.
Can you imagine a 10-pound lobster? That'll eat you.
Yeah.
Guys, we don't have a monitor. Can I use your monitor? I'm like the only guy that's got 752 monitors and I can't see any of them. I don't have a monitor. So we're gonna use, you think I'm kidding, I wanna use your monitor.
And if this thing blows up, it's all Carey's fault. All right, so
send me the bill. Put that in a special round file that we can have for that.
So put that in your pipe and smoke it. I should keep.
What do you
this.
got?
I should keep.
Oh
this.
yeah, that's like a trophy.
And I must admit to the folks that I do have one of Carey's beautiful red-headed screwdrivers back at my place that he was kind enough to let me have. So,
you know what you need on this to make it go faster? I think you need a inspired by Carey Holzman badge. Have you seen these, Mitch?
No.
Look at the quality of that work. Feel it?
Yeah.
Right?
That's very snuffy.
One of my viewers, Steve Boker, he's got
a printer?
He does this for a living. He's a professional.
How do you get the logo?
I sent it to him.
Oh.
So, I think, here's what we need to do. You need to put that in your motherboard box. I'm going to cut you a row of 4 of these. And when I come over, I expect to see them in random places around your house.
Okay.
Give one to the Cox guy when he comes over and measure your internet speed.
Yeah. I'll put one in the east wing.
If your internet's not going faster, put that on your cable modem. That'll fix it.
One in the west wing. Okay.
Yeah, on the west wing.
Not the west wing.
These are Twisted Veins branded HDMI cables. They've got a nice nylon, what do you call that?
Brady.
Sleeve? Braided nylon sleeve. Sleeving. Sleeve me alone. Get that there. And then we're going to plug this into our viewer's monitor right now. Guys, I'm plugging into your monitor.
I can't take this anxiety.
Yeah, another little Xanax can.
Yeah.
Power cable, please. That's
Steady as a rock. This is the one I shoot with.
yeah. This is the one I shoot. You saw where I was going.
Blazing Saddles.
Yeah. Can you reach over and plug it into my kilowatt? We can measure how much power this is sucking.
Power on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Boys
it's
and-
all come down to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Okay. Yeah, drum roll, please.
We're going to flip the switch on the power supply now. Oh, wait, you need a keyboard and mouse.
Yeah.
Keyboard and mouse. This is a pair from Logitech. Dongle is inside the mouse.
I still can't believe he's always getting the two keyboards confused. That one's yellow.
I know.
This one's
I
black.
grab whatever one's closest.
Yeah, so it's like...
And you should see me drive
Yeah.
when I'm trying to find something.
Yeah.
Every way I go is north.
Yeah, I'll drive.
So I have to adjust the map.
Yeah, I'll
Because
drive
my
tonight.
brain doesn't. Even in a shopping mall, like I will walk into a store and then forget which way was I going this way or was I going that way. And I have to look for other stores I already saw. Okay, I was going that way. You know when it says "you are here"?
Yeah.
I have a hard time visualizing. Am I over on this side or am I on that side? So I have to find like, okay, where's the Sears? And now you can't even find that anymore.
Right. Right.
Okay, you're gonna pull the trigger on this?
Okay.
Hold on a minute, let's get you over to... oh, that's not right. That's not right. I'm doing something wrong. That's definitely not right. Oh, it's this one.
You
Okay.
hope. You hope. Okay.
No, it's
Okay,
I'm on the right feed because they can still hear us.
Okay.
And I want to add a video capture device, but I think I want number 2. Is it 2? No, I don't want number 2. I want number 1. No, I don't want number 1. Is it number 0? No, is it number 3? It's always the last one. Yeah, it's number 3.
3.
Remember that for next
Yeah,
time.
3.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this and I'm going to shrink it down and we're going to put us right about there.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Warm that finger up.
Yeah.
Not that way.
Watch this.
Can you do your neck?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I went to the Cairo yesterday. Okay. And
All right, come around. Come around. I want everybody to see. There's no camera, nothing up my sleeves, no camera magic. We can't afford CGI.
Okay. You ready?
Let's see if the lights light up. Let's see if this fan spins, that fan spins. Let's take this off so people can see it spin. And then let's see if we get a post screen, because that would be good. Whenever you're ready. 3, 2, 1. Gotta flip the switch on the back of the power
Okay,
supply.
that might-
Psych!
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
2 front spinning fans? Oh, the rear was LG. What a jip.
I told you.
You told me.
Hey, we got a post.
Boy, that was fast.
All right, it says, let's see, it's an Intel Core i7-8700.
Our BIOS is 613.
Press F1 to run setup. Hit F1 on that keyboard for me, would you? Hold on, just once. You're good.
Okay.
There it is. It sees the Samsung SSD 970 Pro that we
Okay.
put in there. And we'll see the fans spinning and their RPMs down in the lower left. Right now we're running BIOS version 613. Question is there a newer BIOS version? So let me check right now. What I do is I go to Google and I type into Google, I type
Boy, that's dead silent. That's just
What?
I said.
Yeah. Asus. I cracked me up.
Yeah.
Z370A. And the first link that comes up using Google is BH Photo. Oh wait, it's because I typed Asus wrong. Now the first link that shows up is still B&H Photo. I don't want that one. The second one is from Asus, and I'm going to go to the support link, not the top one. There's 2 support buttons. I want the lower one, closest to the board. Okay. And we go to drivers and tools, and we look under, it wants to know BIOS version, wants to know OS. We'll just say it shouldn't matter. BIOS is current, as of 2/22/2019, a new BIOS came out. And it's version 1802. Wait a minute, how's that possible? What BIOS version did we have?
613 is what.
We're not even seeing the same numbers here. How can we have it? So when you're looking at a BIOS, it's a Z370A Prime 33, that's it. How can we have such a different, Asus has got build 17763 and then 1802. It's very unusual for a motherboard manufacturer to change the nomenclature. And I should see, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Now let's look. 1601, 1410, 1406, 1002, 08, 616, 615, 614, 613. That's how many new BIOSes there have been.
Jeez.
But you don't need each BIOS. You only need the latest one.
Okay.
So we're going to download that BIOS. It downloads into a zip file. We're going to extract the zip file. I'm sorry you guys can't watch this, but we're going to extract the zip file, and there's a .cap file. That's all that's in that zip file. And I'm going to use this flash drive. It's empty. It's a little 2 gig flash drive. I'm plugging that into the streaming computer right now, and I'm going to extract that BIOS file. I'm going to say, I'll just say copy over to the flash drive, paste. That's that fast. And then we're going to eject the flash drive using the button on the system tray. Don't just yank the flash drive out unless you don't care about it. Oh, my battery's died on camera 2. So we'll just shut camera 2 down. Okay, back to the main feed. So Mitch and I can't see you guys now. Here we are, we're back. So there's my flash drive. I'm going to go ahead and plug in the flash drive into any USB port, really. Right? See, they got the flash drive plugged in. We're going to use the keyboard, and we're going to select advanced mode. Why is this mouse? I got to turn the mouse on. Advanced mode. Tool. What'd you call me?
Yeah.
Asus. Easy Flash 3 utility. Via storage device. Next. There's the BIOS I just downloaded on the flash drive. Do you want to read this file? Yes. Do you really want to update the BIOS?
Yes.
Got a coin?
Yes.
Now we wait. And now we feast.
But it's pretty fast, right?
It just takes a couple minutes. Be patient. Do you want to get rid of the blue?
It doesn't matter to me because again, it's sitting.
It's up to you. I've got a spare fan if you want to trade.
Yeah.
I don't want it, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's your birthday.
It's
your birthday.
yeah.
You don't do that anymore?
No. But I need to pull out. We're gonna need.
Don't do that in front of the camera.
Yeah, we're gonna need one. Do you like the 90 degree or just your standard? What do you call it? You got
I
the
usually
90s.
use the 90-degree stand-up.
You prefer the 90s, yeah.
When you're using on the back of the, you know what?
They're straight on.
It's red though. How about we go with black?
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. That'll be for the hard drive we install later. Yeah. We don't want to install that now because when you go to, look at this board. Come here. Look at all the pretty colors.
Oh,
Taste the rainbow.
yeah.
People can.
You don't think there's a way to turn that off in a BIOS?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a way. Let's see if I can zoom in on that. What's the matter? You don't like that?
No, I don't. Like,
What's wrong with it?
it's yucky.
Yucky? Dude, you're old. That's wicked.
It's cool. hip, needle.
That's wicked sick.
Okay.
We don't say that anymore? That's groovy. They don't say
Groovy.
that anymore? That's
Needle.
totally awesome.
Cool.
They don't say that anymore?
No,
That's on fleek. How about that?
never heard of that.
That was last week?
Yeah.
That is such a fidget spinner. A what?
A what?
Remember when those were the fad?
Yeah.
Then I went to bed.
Yeah. So really, from 613 to version 1802, huh?
Isn't that insane?
Yeah. Jeez.
In the membrane? They don't say that anymore?
Flashy board for the birthday boy. Yes.
Flashy boy for the birthday board.
Yeah, for the birthday. Dyslexic, I am not. Right.
We killed this battery.
Okay.
We killed it.
Again, that was with my magnetism. So, you got a fresh one or no?
Oh, I got
A fresh one.
I don't even think we need this camera anymore.
But
Just in case. This is a real Canon battery. This is $150 for this battery. That battery I just took out was $35. This one's made in Japan. It'll probably last longer. And those are made in China. I get about 2 years out of them. I don't know how many years I'll get out of this one because I just, holy smokes, it's going to be 2 years old in November. How did that happen?
Huh.
Oh, it's rebooting. Let's see what happens.
So then you won't have to hit delete. It should reboot.
Are you getting Windows 10 from me? Or did you bring Windows 10?
Well, no, but I mean, can we download the Pro? I have a key at home.
Okay.
So let's load it up.
So the management engine is updating. Do not shut down. Even though it's saying to you, it looks like I'm done, but I'm not done. Leave me alone. It's important. BIOS updates are very simple and very reliable these days, so long as you don't cut power or interrupt it until it's finished. So find something to distract yourself if you can't stand watching it. Because it'll wait for you when it's done. It'll wait forever. But if you can't wait and you interrupt it, you might be sending the board back to the manufacturer. Okay? So you all know.
Me.
See, it automatically restarted all by itself. Leave it alone.
Turn the machine off. Yeah.
And you'll see the fans starting and stopping.
Then restart it. Yeah.
Right? You may even do this again. And the way you can tell is all the fans will stop. Watch. It says BIOS is updating. Do not shut down, and watch those fans. It's working. See the fans slowing down, coming to a stop, fired back up again.
Yeah. All on its own.
All this is normal.
So be patient. Yeah.
We're done. F1 to run setup. Everything looks good. We can turn XMP on.
Okay.
See how easy this is? There's really nothing else you have to adjust in here.
And there used to be where you had to turn PWM on, right? Or
Well, there's
something,
if you see there's a Q fan control. If you want, Asus can monitor your fans. Yeah, so is it PWM or is it DC? I guess 3-pin is DC and PWM is 4-pin.
Yeah.
Okay. So this chassis 1 fan, is that a 3-pin or 4-pin fan?
You need the light?
Yeah, I need a flashlight, please. I think they're both 4-pin. It's PWM on chassis 1. The CPU fan is PWM. Thank you.
M.2 fan, there isn't one. And you got to look at the fan headers to see where you're plugged in. So down here at the bottom, that's called, oh, that's the M2 fan down here. So we do have the M2 fan. That's PWM. The rear case fan is DC, which is, what did we call that one? It's called chassis F. Chassis fan 2, that's what it's called, chassis fan 2. That's a DC fan. Oh, it already detected it, see? See how
Okay.
DC is highlighted here?
Yeah.
So it just see how it switched automatically? It's smart.
Okay.
And how do you want it to run? You want it to run silent, turbo, full speed,
I
manual?
mean, what do you suggest?
I suggest leaving it at the default,
Default.
right? This says this is how it's going to run, depending on the temperatures, how it's going to ramp up, and how
Okay.
hot it's got to get before it goes full speed. So we'll hit apply. I don't think we changed anything.
No, I don't think so.
So, like I said, there's nothing to do
Yeah.
here.
So like
Save and exit, which is F10. Why is it not letting me exit? Exit, now save and exit. Oh, that's advanced mode. We can look in advanced mode if you just want to see like, you know, XMP's turned on. Oh, it says Thunderbolt options if you add a Thunderbolt card to it. Monitor like the fan CPU temperature, motherboard temperature, fan speed. You know, you can see it detects those fans that are plugged in, and then NA means that we're not using it. Not available, not applicable.
Yeah.
Lots of information. That's back to the QFan configuration where we just were. Booting tool. After AC loss, I want it to stay off. Oh, well, that's fine. Normal boot's fine. Secure boot. See, all these default options are all you need. And that's it. Escape. Well, no, don't escape. F10 on the keyboard. Save and reset. Okay. It's probably going to boot to DOS on that flash drive, I think.
Oh.
Hold on, let's let it go. This is a flash drive that has Windows 10 on it. You can all download your own Windows 10 for free, and it'll run. You still have to activate it. You'll have to pay for a license to activate it. Or don't. It'll run in trial mode indefinitely. Let it try and boot for a second, and we'll see what it does. Okay, there's nothing to boot to, so it falls back into the BIOS. I'm going to hit the power button and shut her down. Shut her down! Trade me flash drives if you would, please. I'll give you that one. I'll take that one.
Is the one on the back, should we try the front to see if
Not
the
for this.
Not for this.
I've got the keyboard and mouse plugged into the front.
Oh.
See what I did there?
Yeah.
So I'm checking the front automatically. I'm going to turn the machine back on. It has nothing to boot to but that flash drive, so we shouldn't have to push any buttons or direct it to boot. That's the advantage of a new build, is that SSD has never been partitioned or formatted. And that's what Windows 10 is going to do for us automatically. And watch how fast Windows 10 installs on this. Andrew Zacchius has contributed 10 Australian dollars. Thank you to Andrew. We're going to click Next. Install now. Accept the end user license agreement, which hasn't popped up yet. Oh, it says it wants a product key. You see what it says? What does it say right here?
I don't have a product key.
Thank you.
Windows 10 Pro, please.
Now we get the end user license agreement. Accept it. Always choose custom. There's only one place to install. That's why I didn't want you to install the other drive. You can't get this wrong.
Yeah.
And we're off to the races. It's going to partition.
We'll see how
It'll
fast.
put 4 partitions. It'll format all four partitions. It installs Windows 10. And then we can hook it up to the network and we can download our updates, and it'll grab drivers all automatically for us, in theory. In theory, it should just be that easy.
I think this is one of Carey's fastest builds. I mean, my fastest build I've ever.
I'll tell you what, if you're not getting gigabit speeds with your Cox cable internet, it's not your computer. When you get this home,
Okay.
and you're still getting 300 megabits per second instead of 1,000,
Right.
then that means it's time to get on the horn to Cox cable and go either fix this
Right.
or give me the cheaper price for what I'm getting, because there's no way I'm paying for 1,000 gigabit and I'm getting 300.
Right.
Right? So it's one or the other. And I know you want that gigabit.
Yeah.
I can see it in your
Yeah.
eyes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
what do you have intervention?
Do you have any idea? That's okay if you don't. Of this thing that they're
See it. What are you holding?
this thing that they're plugging.
Nothing there.
Yeah, that they're plugging in to the modem.
It's just it's probably a Fluke. Fluke is the name of a manufacturer that makes.
You know, he has it on a belt or what? You know,
Regardless,
yeah,
they have different types, and
that's-
they're very expensive. And it may not be Fluke, but it's a high-end device, which is something no customer would ever use. So when they hook up their device that you don't use, and they go, "Well, it works in my device, so therefore the problem's with you," they could be completely wrong, or they could be right.
Yeah.
You can see the hard drive lights blinking on and off. That means, wow, are we ready for our first reboot? Did you see that? Wow. Insert disk 2. I can't. Why not? Because disk 1 is in the way.
Right.
It never said to take out disk 1.
Or still, my favorite is when you had the mouse connected via cable, and the woman phoned and said, "Look, I'm stepping on the accelerator. I have it on the floor, and
They have sewing machines,
and the computer is not."
Well, look, if you grew up sewing,
Right.
you had your hands on the as you were sewing, and you used your foot to control the speed of the needle. So it makes sense if you go from that to a computer mouse that looks like a foot pedal for a sewing machine.
Yeah.
What's a sewing machine?
Now, what are you getting typically? Are you Cox internet, and are you about what, 50 or 40 down and 20 up, or?
I'm 100 down and 8 up.
And 8 up.
And that costs me $80 plus $50 for no data cap. So it's $130 a month.
See, and I never knew that you could phone and say, "I don't want a data cap." Mine is
For $50.
Mine is your standard. What is it? 1 TB a month every 30 days.
That's what everybody gets. You can just hit your 1 TB a month faster than I can.
Yeah, but I have, I click on it about once a week to see where I stand. Is the thing. A lot of people don't do that.
No, they'll email you when you get close to your limit.
Yeah.
And then they'll charge you $10 for every 50 gigs.
Yeah.
And if you exceed $50, too bad. They don't automatically put you into the
Right.
Like you think once you hit the 50, it's the billing stops.
Right. No.
And if you go, okay, since I just exceeded the 50, can I switch over? And they go, yeah, that can take effect next month.
Right.
Talk about greed, because they're having a tough time at the big media companies making ends meet. They've only been able to afford 4 private islands this month.
Yeah.
So they're really sacrificing. Bloody Rage says, I have 1,000 up and 1,000 down for $11 a month.
In Japan. No.
No, he's in Denmark.
Oh. 11.
The USA does not lead. You know who leads? South Korea.
That has the fastest internet.
And it's cheap. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Mike Ladd says I'm 100 down and 20 up for $50. I wish I was getting it for $50.
Which provider? Carey and
He's in California, so it's probably Time Warner or Roadrunner, whatever they have there.
Spectrum. Yeah, that became somebody bought them. I don't know.
Someone just saw your computer and said, "That's freaking fast. Time to replace my 4790." You know how old a 4790 is? That's a Core i7 4790 from 8 years ago. Is it 8 years ago?
Huh. And again, gang, I have
Spectrum. He's on Spectrum.
Spectrum, and I have no idea in terms of the price what I paid for this, because I kind of piecemealed it over a 12-month where I saw the power supply on sale, I got that. I found this on sale, I got that. So I didn't go out like most people where you have your budget, you go out and you get everything and then you build it. Because I have 3 other desktops at home, I'm like, I don't really need another one, but I need to know that it's, my old machine was the bottleneck. No Ethernet, no Cortana. I don't know, call it a 450D, because then I'll know that, yeah, that's one on my network. Yeah. No password, no Cortana, and I want all those things to stay on. I'm just kidding. Carrie's like, no, you don't want those things to stay on. Off.
Wish they had to disable all.
Yeah, just
God forbid,
yeah,
programmers.
Yeah, heaven.
Can't add that. It's too complicated.
Yeah, just
We work
yeah.
for Microsoft.
I wish I was.
What's the worst name you can think of for a company? Make it small and soft.
Yeah.
Microsoft. Now, PR company, sell it.
Yeah.
Really? Why don't you just kick me in the nuts? Right, Junior. That's the name you got? Tiny and soft. Okay. Tiny soft? No. Microsoft. This might take several minutes. They don't know us.
Yeah. Paul Newman's back. Mm-hmm.
For all the goofing around, 3 hours and 25 minutes, and we had a good time.
Yeah, I mean,
we took
that's
a break,
and it's
and we enjoyed the build.
That's the key. Stop when
It's
you're
not a race. It's not.
No.
I'm not out to impress anybody
No.
except you.
Stop when you got frustrated. Just start again.
I don't like the competitive nature of people who just don't get it.
Yeah, enjoy the build.
Get a $100 plate of food and scarf it down as fast as you can eat it. What a waste of money. It's like giving my dog a steak. He just swallows it. He doesn't even taste it. What a waste. Tell us how you really feel.
You got rid of that people icon. I don't like that people icon.
You don't like people? Let's check for some updates.
Okay.
So I'm going to wire you up. Do me a favor. You take one end, and I'll grab the other.
And while we're doing that, Carrie, I'll plug for some of you that don't know, I do stand-up comedy.
You do?
I do stand-up comedy, and I do have a channel. You just type in
Well, we can show it to them.
Mitchell Morrison on that, and you'll see a couple of my clips. I'm one of the rare stand-up comics that I do not use any profanity. Do you want this?
No, but the audience does.
I like the fact that I don't curse, and
Yeah, you know who else didn't do that?
Jerry Seinfeld. Yeah.
I was going to say Bill Cosby.
Oh, right.
Now, look how that worked out.
Look how that worked.
Just, you might want to reconsider your soapbox.
Okay.
Mitch is like, why don't you let me do the
Yeah.
comedy? No, there's not, Jim Gaffigan
Right.
doesn't use profanity either, and he's hilarious. A lot of people think you can't be funny if you don't swear. Look at me, I don't swear, and I'm not funny. Wait. I don't think I said that right. Okay, I'm going to leave you to the audience because I'm going to run outside for a moment.
Okay.
I got to go check my mail.
Your mail. Of course, now you leave me without the chat, so I can't see what they're saying.
Oh, I'm
so.
sorry. I'm going to put that back. I forgot. I had to make it full screen. I had to make it full screen so I could see.
So then I'd be left talking to myself, and I don't know.
There you go.
I don't think I would like it.
I do it all the time. I'm great company.
Ah. yeah, this is going to be a great build, gang. I don't know, because I have other desktops that are functioning well, I probably will get a graphics card for this and put on Pinnacle Studio and kind of make this, oh, that's not good, and they failed, and make this just kind of my video editing machine. So that's kind of the plan with this one. So tell us a joke, Mitch. Okay. When I started the video, I told everyone that I'm kind of a fantastic golfer, and the way I can prove it to you, I once, let's see, how do I phrase this? I once shot less than a hole in one, and you're wondering how I did that. I sunk the divot. Okay, that's a joke. Why did that update fail? That's kind of very strange. I don't want to hit anything. Tom Miller, thank you for the birthday wishes. When the stream's done, Carrie and I are going to go grab some dinner, and then I don't know what plans I've got later, so yeah, been a good day. Somebody says, now Mitch, time to take over. Well, I'm retired, so I don't want to work as hard as Carrie does. So I'm too busy planning a trip in probably May. I think I'm going to go to Thailand and Vietnam for maybe a month or two, and so that's what I'm looking forward to. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of research and excited to go. Not looking forward to it's the summer, so it'll be about 96 out and 90% humidity, and of course here in Phoenix in the summer it might be 115, but it's bone dry. And people go, yeah, but it's a dry heat. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, the air's so dry that this afternoon when I went for a walk, I saw 2 palm trees fighting over a dog. That's pretty dry. So, yeah. So tell your best joke that kills them doing stand-up. Just YouTube me, and there's 2 clips. They're only about 6 minutes each. And the spirit of Sam Kinison came into me one night, and that was probably one of the biggest audiences I've ever performed for. I think there was 490 people at that show, and it was amazing. I mean, to make that size of crowd laugh, the laughter kind of hit you like a tidal wave, so it was great. It was great. Carrie, it says update failed.
That's okay.
So somebody says, why Vietnam? I don't know. I mean, Thailand looks interesting with the blue water, and I maybe do some scuba diving, and there are not many tourists in the summer because of the tremendous heat, and so I found that it's going to be really inexpensive to travel and food, and so it's always been on my bucket list, and you know, I may get a hole in my bucket at any in my bucket at any time, and so I thought I better do some traveling while I still got good knees and good hips, and so I don't want to put it off. And a lot of people don't like going alone, but I'm gonna, you know, it's kind of way out of my comfort zone, so I'm like, I'm gonna do it. The worst is I go for a couple of weeks. If I don't like it, I come back. But I think, you know, I'm gonna enjoy the food and the swimming and things like that. So yeah. The clock is off on the date. Well, we got to fix that as well. So And we gotta definitely install my 2 terabyte storage. Luckily, this case has four 3.5-inch drives, and I'm big on having a lot of storage, so I will fill the other 3 with more hard drives. So. Oh, did you hit retry or do we have to? No,
Yeah, I tried it. It's. I know the screen's small. It's hard to read,
Oh.
but it's doing it.
Oh, okay.
It's doing its thing.
Yeah. Are you using a knife to commit Harry Carey?
I was gonna call us Cubs game.
Oh, okay. And when was it? Carrie and I were busy, shooting some stuff, and then the first week of October of last year, I went to Japan with my brother-in-law, and that was very exciting. And riding that bullet train at 190 miles an hour, that was pretty amazing. And spent some time in Tokyo, Kyoto, and then I kind of always wanted to go to Hiroshima. So that was sad, to see where the atomic bomb went off, but it was, interesting slice of history, and had a great time with my brother-in-law, and liked it. I would definitely go back to Japan. Of course, I only spent part in kind of the south, and there was a whole part of Japan north of Tokyo that I didn't have time to visit, but had a great time. People were very nice, and didn't like that 13-hour flight from LA to Tokyo, but what can you do? You gotta get on the plane to go. I'm not sure that from LA to Los Angeles to Bangkok, I think that's less. I think that might be about 10 or 11 hours, that flight, so. Yeah, this machine is dead quiet. That's the one thing compared to my other desktop that I built about 5 years ago, I think I got 4 or 5 fans in that, and it's a little loud, that's for sure, but you kind of get used to it. It's on the ground, below a desk, but compared to this baby here, which is just silencio, very quiet. I upgraded the fans. These aren't the stock fans that came with the case. So I did pony up and spend some extra money on these fans, and well worth it. I forget what I paid for them, but those 2 front were not the stock. I pulled those out and put these ones, and they're Corsair. I don't forget which models, but the ones that do not have the bearings that kind of levitate. So I'm glad, because they are amazingly quiet there. So yeah, I am anxious to get this home and plug it in and see if I get what I'm paying for, the Cox Giga Blast is what they call it here in Phoenix. So. Let me take a look-see here. Mugen 5 is quiet as well. I'll be really curious to see, you know, to do a stress test and to see how cool that thing runs. You want me to hit restart? Should I? I can't. Restart required. Okay. Here we go. Let's see. Is it this one? No, it must be the other mouse. Where's the other mouse? Wow, look how fast that's doing the updates. Whew. Now, let's see if there are other updates. We go here. I restarted and now I was just going to check to see if there are any more updates. Is that right here?
Yep.
Set under settings, and then we go to here.
Nope.
No, here.
Yep. Check for updates. There you go. Thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah.
You're a good boy. Is it a ghost? Good boy.
Oh, just a couple more left. Just a couple more left, and
How's this birthday working out for you?
yeah, it's
Same thing next year?
It's
Do it again next year?
if I'm alive, if I come back from Vietnam. So, yeah.
What do you think's going to happen in Vienna? You put this fan on sideways. It's bothering my OCD. The Corsair logo is not straight up.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you know, everybody looks at the back of the computer.
Computer, yeah, when it's...
I would have that fan turn 90 degrees so the logo was right, but I wouldn't have the blue fan. But since the motherboard has LEDs, it actually kind of matches.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, when you have clear fan blades, it's usually an indication it's an LED fan.
Okay.
It wasn't like I had magic powers. I mean, I do,
Right.
but not with regards to computer fans.
Yeah. And I, you know,
Watch the dog going.
when I ordered that, I'm pretty specific. No RGB. I just want...
That's okay. You didn't order a case of Girl Scout Thin Mints by mistake,
No.
did you?
No. But I've been...
Was that a late night order?
But I've been craving them the last 2 or 3 days you've been talking about.
Strandberg Tomas. I don't know. Is it Tomas or Thomas?
I would say Tomas.
Is it Strandberg or Strandberg? Thank you so much for your contribution, Strandberg. 20 Swedish kroner.
Nice. Somebody said birthday dinner Hooters wings.
They're disgusting. Twin Peaks is good though.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Carrie. I don't like them kind of
The bread in Hooters.
wet. I mean, where we go, they're cooked.
They're
and,
fried.
Yeah,
They're not baked.
They're not baked. Yeah, and so
They're not roasted. They're deep fried.
Yeah, and that does make a difference. So.
Mm-hmm. With extra gluten.
Yeah.
It's GMO.
Yeah. Extra
non-organic.
extra
pesticide.
extra gluten and extra.
And I want them loaded up with antibiotics.
Yeah, and extra MSG.
You know, our great grandfathers fought in World War I, fought in World War II, smoked cigars and drank whiskey, and lived to be in their 80s. Just saying.
Next month, in April, my father turns 92.
Good for him.
Yeah. So.
Still waiting for you to move out too, isn't he?
That is, yeah. He's tired of having me in the basement. Yeah.
Can I throw these boxes out?
Yeah.
I look for something to do, and you're doing such a good job entertaining the crowd.
Oh.
Seriously. And they're probably relieved to have somebody else do it. You know, somebody more personable, better looking, taller, drives a nicer car.
Another restart required? Boy, that's so small. Okay.
Hey, Mitch.
Yeah.
You want to do your stand-up?
No. I'm not. No.
You're not ready?
No. It's bad enough of you.
Oh, come on. I'll laugh.
Yeah. It's bad enough a viewer said, Mitch, you're about as funny as a cry for help. No, I'm
You want to do a couple?
no.
You want to do
no.
60 seconds of your stand-up?
While you were gone, I did some jokes. So yeah, they said.
But you don't want to I'll give you a microphone?
No, that's yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, just flew in. Boy, are my arms tired.
Tired. Yeah, waka. So
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
You're not going to do it?
another restart? No.
Just put me on the spot, Terry. Thanks. No, thanks. Thanks for that. I'll do that to you one day. I heard you're a doctor. Would you look at this mole? Is this a mole? Does this look like a mole?
This hurts when I do that. Don't do that.
It hurts here, 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 it hurts here. Oh, you got a broken finger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're up to date. Is that a good thing? Yeah.
All right, let's check some performance numbers.
Okay.
Now, that Western Digital drive you bought is basically just SATA 3, and it's going to perform at 550 megabytes per second. 550. Just keep your pants on with that.
Okay.
We're gonna get that installed.
Ooh.
But first, what happened? Why did I blank out? Did I knock the cable loose? What happened?
No, there it is.
Yeah, I went to sleep. Okay, let's go to my testing drive. I gotta make the screen big. I can't see nothing here. It's too tiny. You know what? I'm gonna go bigger than that. Oh, that's better. So let's do this. ESD US. What is that? Oh, that's my Windows 10. I put the wrong flash drive in. Eject it.
And whatever you do, don't use the graphics benchmarking test. We'll do this from now on. The air quotes. Don't use the.
Oh.
Do not use the.
Heaven benchmark.
The
I think you can
11.
say
It rhymes with
afterwards.
11. 11. Yeah. Cool.
Smart aleck. All right, let's grab Crystal Dismark. Let's grab CPU Z. Not that we need it. We don't have a graphics card in there, so running Heaven probably won't make any sense to do that.
Right. So.
Unless people are curious. What else do I run? PC testing. Oh, we can do Prime 95 and just beat the heck out of it. We'll use 26.6. And HW Monitor is the one I want for Intel. I use HW Info for AMD. I like HW Monitor because it's simple, and I'm a fan of simple. Let's take a look at Crystal Disk. Oh, no, we're not ready for that yet. We have to put the Samsung software on.
Oh.
So Samsung Magician, we'll do the Samsung Magician installer first and make sure that there's no firmware updates and that the drive is being recognized and is operating in non-volatile memory express, PCI Express, Gen 3 ×4. What does that mean? Don't worry about it.
It just works.
When he says don't worry about it, it means he doesn't know.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for this to install. It's taken all day. Oh wait, it's already loading? I couldn't even get the words out in time. PCIe Gen 3x4. The NVMe driver is Microsoft. We're running the latest firmware revision, so there's no update there. So that's all well and good. Now I want the Samsung NVMe driver rather than the Microsoft NVMe driver. And this only works if you have a Samsung NVMe drive. All right? All right. It's okay? It's okay. NVMe Express. No, it's just NVM Express or NVMe. It's going to need to reboot for this driver to take effect. 3, 2, 1, 0, restart.
And why
Okay,
is
how long does it take this to restart? Somebody start a stopwatch. Are you ready?
Yeah.
And wait for the BIOS. Go.
1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6, 1,000, 7, 1,000, 8, 1,000, 9. Under 10 seconds. Yeah.
11.
Okay. Yeah.
Darn it, what can we do to get this down to 10.5?
Yeah, that's fast.
Let's just spend $300 more on more expensive memory with RGB lights. Now let's bring up the Samsung Magician software. It takes a minute, there it is. And right here, now it says Samsung. I mean, you can use that Microsoft driver if you want to, but this is free and it helps improve performance. Let's grab Crystal Disk Mark. Let's start it up and let's go gadget.
Now this should go really quick.
What number do you think you're going to see?
5 something, 525, something like that.
You're going to see 525?
Yeah.
You're going to see 3,560.
Oh.
That's a little different.
Then 5.
If we use the drive you bought, you'd see about 560. The drive, this drive here, is more suited. Now, if you can't get gigabit with that drive installed,
then
you got it ain't the computer.
Right.
And I'm saying that in proper English.
Right.
It ain't
the computer.
the computer.
You know, somebody said, well, it's your building is 15 years old. I'm like, no, wait a minute.
The cables aren't 15 years old.
No. So.
Yeah, when they built my house in 1927,
Yeah.
the coaxial they used back then.
And
Because the cable TV wasn't the same.
And like you, I'm using, even though it's not a thing, I bought the Cat 7, the good cables. You know, there's nothing higher. You can't buy Cat.
There's some people looking at that number right now, and you just have to go. Yeah,
really?
Yeah, you have to.
Whew.
I mean,
Yeah.
do you know what the maximum throughput that the technology is capable of doing?
Did you do this for your for Threadripper? What were you getting on that? Are you done?
Well, the difference on Threadripper, you pretty much, with Threadripper, I'm getting about 6 or 7. But
Okay.
I have all those extra PCIe lanes on Threadripper. You don't.
Didn't you?
So if you put more drives in a RAID, you can't go faster than that. That's as fast as you can go, RAID or no RAID. That's it.
Yeah, because
The only thing a RAID can do for you is make your write speed. The write speed will probably be around 2,500. And with a RAID 0 with two M.2 NVMe's, this will stay the same and your write speed will go up to 35. It'll pretty much match, but you'll add so much latency and you need special drivers. So if you ever have to like make a rescue disk or something like that, you have to make a special rescue disk. It's a pain in the butt. Do not RAID two M.2s in a RAID 0, two M.2 NVMe's in a RAID 0 on an Intel or AMD socket 1151, socket AM4. You can do that on a Threadripper. You can do that on a socket 2011. Otherwise, you're wasting your money. So that's it. 3560 is about, that's it. Right now, we're waiting for PCIe version 4 to come out so that we can finally get past this, or it's DMI, whatever it is. It's one of those 3-letter acronyms that needs to be updated because the drive manufacturers are flying right through the limits. Yeah, pretty much what I predicted there at 23. So with the RAID 0, these two numbers would be identical in the mid 3000s, but it increases your latency. And then of course you need all those special drivers. It's a big pain in the butt. It's not worth doing. If you want to do that, get some Ativan, and it'll seem faster.
Right.
Ask your doctor about Ativan. All right, let me, because we can't see the chat. Do me a favor. No, never mind. I got it. 802 people watching. Welcome in, everybody. I am not wearing a microphone. Mitch is wearing the mic. I just got the sound fixed, and then Mitch came over, and I'm like, I am not hooking up my dual mic and starting all over again. And then I got to go back to the single mic and then reconfigure that all over again. Yeah, so I realize my audio is not as good as Mitch's, but trust me, you'd rather hear him anyway.
Yeah.
You didn't have to agree with that.
Well, and they said that the onboard mic was sounding pretty good on the camera. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than it was. I wish I'd have started the stream that way, but I thought it was going to add a bunch of hiss, but I forgot I got the noise gate on.
Look at, that's insane. And I'm sure he means that in a good way. Look at those numbers.
And again, the only thing that's going on is the operating system.
Can you hear a thing?
No.
How many watts are we drawing from the wall? Can you see on the device on the...
56.
120 volts, 55.2 watts. 55.2 watts. I think you got it covered with the 750. It will ramp up. Like if we really push the system, when we run Prime 95, we're going to monitor the temps for 15 minutes. We're going to hit all the cores at 100% for 15 minutes, which is a very unrealistic workload.
Yeah.
And if it'll survive that, it'll survive anything you throw at it.
Yeah.
It is a torture test, and it's intended to ensure that if they can do that, then I'm confident giving it to you. You ain't bringing it back for any problems. Did I knock my cable loose again? Okay. All right, so I'm going to bring up HW monitor. Let's see what temps we're at right now. You can see our speed right now is only at 800, right? Because it ramps down to keep itself cool when you don't need it. Here's our temps. Our current temp is the whole package is at 31 centigrade or Celsius. Minimum, the lowest temp it's seen in the package is 31, and the maximum it's seen so far since this boot up is 41. We want to keep it below 85 in a worst case scenario. We're going to bring up Prime 95. It's important we use 26.6 in order to have a realistic, otherwise we can overheat the chip, and it's ridiculous. It's just stupid because they changed the testing. Anyway, we're just going to do stress. We're going to stay with all the basic stuff here. We slammed all the cores at 100%, which you would never do for this period of time. Like you would, right. It's like saying you're going to put your foot all the way down to the pedal in your car for a full 15 minutes. What road would you ever do that on in your real life? But if your car can do that without overheating, then I feel confident your car is going to withstand whatever you can throw at it.
Currently it's about 203, so you want to do it.
We're looking right here. See here? The value is at 61. If you can look at the individual cores where it says, right here it says package.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the main thing we want to look at. But you can look at, it's got core 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you got 6 cores.
And how many threads, you think? Not that that's important on this CPU, I forget, is it 6 core, 12?
Well, you can see how many workers have started on Prime. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's got to be 12 workers.
Threads, yeah.
So you've got 6 cores, 6 threads. So it's hyper-threading, it's simulating 12 cores, which most people will never use more than 4 at the most, unless, again, Adobe Premiere or something like that. So right now, we're ramping up. We want to watch this right side, which represents the maximum temperature. We can monitor this performance of the megahertz. We've maxed out at 4.6 when we turboed up. If you want to scroll up and we want to see other information with regards to voltages, temperatures of the main board, the fans, RPMs, scroll down. You'll see we're at 100% utilization.
Okay.
What are we drawing from the wall?
Well, is this says 150.
150 watts out of 750 available. That's like having 750 horsepower and you're using 150 horsepower. So it doesn't hurt you to have it.
But I should have gotten.
Well, if you're going to throw a GPU in there, you're going to use another 200 to 300.
Yeah.
All right. So then you've got a little overhead. You don't want the power supply
Struggling.
heating up and working hard because it'll kill it sooner. You want at least 20% overhead if you can get it. 10. Well, let's call it 15.
Yeah.
So if you're using 600 watts, 750 is ideal.
Did you say a viewer sent you that 1,000-watt fanless power supply?
No, Silverstone sent it.
Oh, send it to you.
Yeah, they'd like me to review it. Could have done it in your build and could have had a free power supply. It's heavy.
Well, and
But
it's deep.
listen,
yeah.
you hear the fans ramping up?
Yes.
Come here, where your
Yeah.
microphone is.
Yeah.
See if anybody can hear it. It's relatively still quiet. I mean, that's not bad.
For ramped up, yeah.
Four
for-
fans
at
plus the power
100%.
supply fan.
Yeah.
That's 5 fans running right now, and we don't have the side panels on,
Right.
so it's only going to get quieter.
Yeah. This anyone who says the Scythe, the
Scythe.
Scythe, the Scythe.
I'm the one who mispronounces
Yeah,
words.
yeah, yeah. The Mugen is not any good. I'm like,
They're idiots.
yeah, I'm sold.
No, I'm
Yeah.
not going to say they're idiots. I'm going to say they're blissfully unaware.
Yeah.
And let them be. It makes no difference in my life. If they don't want the best bang for the buck, if they want to believe all the marketing and hype, if they're that easily brainwashed,
Yeah.
it doesn't make any difference in my life. I don't work for Scythe. I don't make a sale. I don't sell Scythe coolers. I have no agenda other than to look for what's the best value for my customers that I have to support. So if I don't have to support you, you can buy whatever you want.
Right.
But if you're paying me to support you and you're going to ask me for advice and then not do what I asked or nothing, if you're not going to follow the thing that I suggested and then you're going to call me with problems that result, bye-bye.
Yeah.
I have other customers and you're monopolizing my time unnecessarily.
Yeah.
It's just business.
And again, if you can find this on sale, like Carrie said, I think I paid on Amazon $59. It seemed to go for $59 or $60, but he found it once for $45. Did you say? Yeah, great CPU cooler. Greg M says that cooler here in Canada is over $100 on Newegg. That's a bit pricey, but I'll tell you, compared to the Cooler Master, the Hyper 212 Evo, I mean, I've installed 2 of those, and I did struggle with them because they had this weird X kind of a bracket that was a little tougher to deal with than here with just the 2 brackets on either side. So somebody wants to know, please provide brand name and full name of the device using the electrical socket to measure. That's easy enough. I'll go. It's a device called Kill-A-Watt, K-I-L-L, Kill-A-Watt, Kill-A-Watt. Yeah, even though this is, Prime 95 is running and the fans have spun up. I mean, I can hear them, but it's still, like Carrie said, with the panels on, it still would be really quiet. So I'm glad I upgraded the fans, and of course the fan on the Mugen is quiet as well. So. Rick says, please install a storage before you go. I certainly will, because I want that in there, and then I'll have to buy 3 other drives. I plan on getting a Blu-ray reader writer burner here. I know a lot of people don't use them anymore, but I kind of like having one. So really, the only thing I can think of is the graphics card, Blu-ray burner here, and then probably on the second 5 1/4 slot, I'll get one of those card readers. That's it, with the micro SD and the SD cards, and so it's so convenient to actually have them on, you know, the front where you can load things and boom, boom, and transfer it. So that's it, and got to do some cable management to this octopus, of course, and that'll be it'll just be done. Irving T says good night, Carrie, Mitch, and everyone. So thank you so much for the birthday wish. Appreciate that. It's a fun build, and I know that I said that I would do most of it, but it's not like I haven't. This is the kind of the fourth machine. The one I enjoyed that I found the most challenging was not the full tower or the mid tower. It was the is it the mini? Yeah, the mini ATX. I would never do a micro ATX. Those are very, very tiny. It's tough to get everyone in there, but the mini, I think I used a Corsair 250D. So it's just a little case, and I just enjoyed it because I liked the fact that you can carry it from room to room, or it's easier to just put in a car and take someplace. So that was a challenge, to pick the right parts that would fit in there, and important to cable management. And then I had never installed a CPU cooler aftermarket that was kind of a top loading one, as opposed to this. So that was kind of interesting to put the cooler on top. Because of the case, I had enough height to put it in there. So yeah, I enjoyed that because it was a little more challenging. So yeah, actually someone mentions, you know, when I visit Pattaya, that's one of the places in Thailand. Pattaya, Phuket, and then obviously a few days in Bangkok, and then north of Bangkok is a city called Chiang Mai that I've heard good things about. I want to visit that. And then I don't know in Vietnam where I'll go. I haven't really researched a ton because I really wasn't planning on going there, but I figured, look, I'm right next door. Here's Thailand and Vietnam, so I'm like, I might as well, since it takes so long to get over there, I'm there already, that I might as well visit Vietnam. So yep, no agenda, no schedule. It's just I'm gonna, you know, book a ticket for a month. And so is it Sean Pace wants to know who is my favorite band? I can tell you that because I'm their biggest fan. It's a band that's been together 41 years, based out of Southern California, by the name of Toto. I've probably seen them, I'm guessing, probably 39 or 40 times in concert. When I perform stand-up comedy, I only wear one of, I think, 33 Toto t-shirts. And so a lot of people, if they don't know my name, the comics would go, who's that guy with the long hair that only performs in Toto t-shirts? The comics would go, well, there's only one guy, that's Mitch Morrison, so he, you know. So that's that, and I've met the guys about 5 times through various meet and greets and things like that. So yeah. They know I do stand-up comedy wearing their shirts. The last time I met them, in Vegas last year. They're like, "Do you need any more shirts?" I'm like, "No, I've got one for every day of the month, so I've got plenty." And so yeah, for people that aren't sure, Toto sings, of course, their biggest hits are "Hold the Line," "Africa," and "Rosanna." And so, great bunch of guys. Right now, I think they are in Japan, but they last year for their 40th anniversary, they did not play Los Angeles, which makes no sense because they live there. But the lead guitarist Steve Lukather said that they just couldn't book that in, and so they will definitely do Los Angeles here in 2019. So instead of the 40th year, it'll be 41. But I adore them. I've got one of my rooms in my house. I've got concert posters of theirs signed, and photos of me with the guys. And so yeah, that's my favorite. And then another guy in my second favorite is in April 4th. I'm going to Los Angeles, Beverly Hills, and seeing a British guy by the name of Alan Parsons, who I've seen many times, and but this is the first year I've ever actually paid for a meet and greet. So I get a front row seat to the show, and then you get to normally go to the sound check before the concert, and then you get your picture taken with him, and then questions and answers. And so I've probably seen him in concert 20 times, and I've always wanted to meet him. And so I thought, yeah, the guy's now 71 or 72 years old, and I would love to say hello and tell him what a big fan I am. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, better known as the Alan Parsons Project, but his partner in the project, Eric Wilson, passed away a number of years ago, and so now he just tours as Alan Parsons. And great show, great concert. Looking forward to that. So instead of flying, of course, from Phoenix, where Carrie and I live, it's only a 6-hour drive over to Los Angeles. So I'll drive. Yeah. So I don't know. You guys can maybe see the temps. Are we? What are we? Tell me, because in chat, tell me what the temps are, because I can't. Is it 70 something? I just don't know. So, Speedy C, thank you for the birthday wish. Yes, I'm having a wonderful birthday, and yeah. Again, it'll be a memorable birthday because I wound up with a heck of a desktop computer that I'll turn into my kind of main video editing machine. I know Carrie likes, is it Cyber Director, but somebody got me Pinnacle Studio, and even though it was kind of the learning curve, it was tough to learn. Thanks to YouTube, there were a lot of videos, and so I've kind of been slowly getting a little bit better with Pinnacle, so I'll stay with Pinnacle Studio for my editing stuff. So yeah. Heavy Sonic Jeffrey, 75 Max package, yep, 75, thank you. I think that's fantastic. And it's been, you're absolutely right, it's been about 15 minutes, so I don't know why Carrie has left me alone. Oh, Carrie.
How we doing?
I think it's been 15 minutes. Don't leave me here alone with your fans. 75 Max.
Is that it?
That's it.
How long have we been going? Is it
15
20 minutes?
15 minutes.
Is it just 15? It feels like it's been longer than 15.
Yeah, I'm dying here. So about as funny as a rubber crutch. All right, so
Put a bump.
So
I'd say that's a pass.
I'd say that's
A flying
That's
pass.
a
That's
fly.
a 10 degree. You have 25 degrees Celsius to go before you hit your throttle.
Yeah.
Your thermal junction.
Yeah.
That's, yeah, you're never going to overheat this. And you hear how loud it is? I want you to lean into that so everybody can hear. because I'm about to shut Prime 95 off, and I want you to hear those fans slow down and watch the temps drop rapidly. Here we go. Those fans are still running, you can't hear them anymore. We had a 78-degree max, looks like. And yeah, that looks fantastic. Mugen 5, baby, Mugen 5, right here.
Yeah.
Bam.
Some fan wanted to know, you just on YouTube type in the search, just type Mitchell Morrison stand up.
Why don't we just do it right now?
And there should be, there's 2 clips. And
Let's do it. Go to what? YouTube, right?
Yeah, what's that? I think you have to go Mitchell, M-I-T-C-H-E-L-L, yeah. Mitchell. Morrison stand up. Yeah.
Who's this guy?
Yeah. Right.
Is that the guy from Independence Day?
Yeah,
Is that Brett Spiner?
Right there, yeah. So, boom, that's how you do it. Don't run the clip, please.
Wait.
No.
Let's go to your channel.
Okay, yeah.
By the way, this is how you use YouTube, everybody.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
And you see it says uploads, play all.
So I only have 3 things.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, just the 3 things. 2 clips.
And they're pretty short. That's 4 minutes, 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And there's you singing.
Yeah, so, no, that's not me singing.
It's you lip syncing.
Yeah, so.
Well, when you lip sync, you're dead on.
Yeah, that's what people have said. I said, yeah, that's. And the only reason I kind of did that is A, I like the song, and B, with
you had some fun.
Yeah, with the long hair.
God forbid.
Yeah, so. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty much it, Mitch. I think at this point we're going to install your mechanical drive, which we don't need to film that.
No,
it's pretty standard. In fact, if you want to put it in the top.
Yeah.
You want to put it in the. Which one of these you want to use?
Do you feel that the bottom's better than the top, or I don't know in terms of?
It doesn't make any difference. It's all about looks and cabling.
Than the top, I guess.
Don't put that in yet.
Don't put that.
No, just which one? You go for the top. Okay.
And it's facing
the back.
This. You want the back, yeah.
You got it. Show the people what you're doing.
Okay, these are hard drive caddies, and they're very simple to install because the pegs you can.
And you want these connectors here, right back here. You want it so that when we put this in, those are going to be at the back, so that we hide the cable. The drives are very mechanical drives are very fragile. They're also slow, but they're capacious. They have a lot of capacity. Not that one, and that one's blue. Western Digital Blues are desktop drives running standard speed. The greens are eco drives, like for DVRs and security systems, and the black, Western Digital Black, is for
enterprise. I forget.
The black is for performance. The purple is for DVRs and stuff. The red is for NAS, and the green is for eco, which could also be used for DVRs and stuff like that.
Very easy. Boom.
Hold on, it doesn't look like it's all the way in. Oh, it is. I love toolless.
Boy, that was tough, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They want to know if they can get a guitar solo.
Well, again, with only 3 lessons, give me more than the 3 lessons, and someday I'll come back and I'll do it. A lot of songs with 3 chords, like
ZZ Top, same 3 guys, same 3 chords.
I'm learning Wild Thing by the Trogs.
There you go.
That's 3 chords, and so again, my teacher says, look, I want you to, we're going to start you out right-handed for 90 days, and then he will make the determination whether I should switch, because I am left-handed. So, you know, when people say, do air guitar, it's always lefty, because I bowl and I write and everything left-handed. So, but all the guitar charts are in right-handed, and there's less selection of left-handed guitars, and so he said, let's at least try to start you out right-handed. So it's been a challenge, but I like it. You know, something that was always I wanted to try after learning drums, and so there you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mitch Morrison.
It was a fast build. Enjoy my 2 stand-up clips, and
You did a good work. What are you doing tomorrow?
yeah, I'll.
You want to finish Franklin's build for me? I got 2 more coming.
Tomorrow.
You gotta wash your hair tomorrow?
Yeah. My neighbor gave me 2 tickets to.
What is he, a cop?
Yeah, to the Phoenix Suns tomorrow night, plus parking.
Nice.
So I'm like, he's like, I'm not going to use it, and I'm like, he's like, these are pretty good seats. I'm like, I don't know whether I can get anybody to go with me because I'm so lonely, but I certainly will go, and it's against the Knicks, New York Knicks, tomorrow night. So
Well,
that's
have a great time.
yeah,
I'd go, but sports.
yeah.
Listen, everybody, let me give a quick shout out. I probably missed some contributions while I've been away and letting Mitch drive. Let's see what we got. Let's give a quick shout out to all the friendly and generous supporters. Strandberg Tomas, 20 Swedish kroner. Andrew Zacchius, 10 Australian dollars. Donnie Seeger, $2. Reloaded, 714, $1.99. Tony Wallow, $1.99. Christoph Ash, 15 euro. Irving T, €5. Ruben Nara, $2. Stephen Barber, $2. Strandberg Tomas, another 20 Swedish kroner. Norwegian is krona.
Okay.
Sweden is kroner, I think. Joseph Panariello, $2. Randy Harris, $9.99. CCTV user, £2. Samuel Hassan, $2. Elliot Fleming, $2. Thomas Carter, £2. Glad to see you again, Mitch. That's what they say. Stephen Caruso, $25. Nice contribution. Thank you. Randall Black, $5. Dean Browning, $20. Superman G, $5. David Griswold, $10. And Tony Wello again, $4.99. Where do you want to eat? I got money for dinner.
Okay. Well, we'll flip a coin and see where.
I don't want to eat coins.
No, not pizza.
Ooh, pizza.
Yeah.
Have you been to Malnati's?
No. Not been to Grimaldi's with you, but I
No,
haven't.
Grimaldi's is thin.
Right.
Malnati's is an Illinois-only establishment, except for the location they opened in Phoenix. Malnati's.
Okay.
It's deep dish, but a thin crust.
Okay.
It doesn't have the thick.
Yeah, the Chicago style.
like
Yeah,
Chicago's
where it's
usually a
all
lot of
bread.
bread.
Yeah, it's all bread. I mean.
Oh, that's how they get you. They
Yeah.
get you with the bread.
Yeah.
No, it's actually you get a butter crust.
Yeah.
With Wisconsin cheese from a dairy that they've been working with since day one. It's a family-owned restaurant. There's no franchisees. It's all in the family.
Yeah.
Am I
Truly. Yeah.
Or let's see what else can we do. Lolo's Chicken and Waffles. Have you been there?
No.
Oh, it's so good. Guido's. Well, that's way on the other side of town. You get broasted fish and broasted, not roasted and not broiled and not fried, but broasted.
You know, we could go to Denny's, because on Denny's
You get your free Grand Slam.
you get your free if you can prove it's
No
your birthday.
substitutions though.
No.
You get it how they make it.
And for me, it'll be a senior slam. Don't go there.
Well, you get 15% off your free meal
Okay.
with your AARP card.
card. Yeah.
So they owe you flip money after you eat it.
Yeah.
What else? And there goes my sponsorship from Denny's.
Okay.
We go to Culver's. We can go to Freddy's Butterburgers. We can go to Fuddruckers.
That I've heard of, but I mean,
Have you been to Fuddruckers?
Yeah.
I think I have a coupon.
Coupon. All right. Yeah.
Or my mother would say coupons.
Yeah.
Apparently there's a letter Q in it.
Q. Yeah.
We could go to Palermo's. We can go, remember Palermo's? That's with my Albanian friends.
Yeah.
We can go to...
And then you did take me to some Italian restaurant that was kind of someplace where it was kind of downtown, but it was, you know, I had raviolis and I forget, you know, that was pretty good eating there too once we did an early dinner or something like that. I forget.
I wonder if that was Babbo.
That might have been, yeah, where it was, you know, tables and very nice.
It's Italian comfort food.
Yeah, I mean.
That's always good. Spaghetti Factory.
Yeah.
The old Spaghetti Factory. There's a place just opened up, cold beer and cheeseburgers, but I don't know why anybody wants cold cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be cheeseburgers and cold beer? but it's
Yeah.
cold beer and cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
Personally, I think it's
Yeah.
kind of the food's okay, the prices are high, and there's a lot of people. It's kind of the hipster kind of thing to do. What else? Where else can we go? Name something bad for me. Oh, fish and chips. We can go to the Skeptical Chemist
Right.
or Fibber McGee's.
Yeah. St. Patty's Day's coming up, so yeah, that at the Skeptical Chemist will be.
St. Patty's Day.
That'll be
Everybody's
up for-
Irish.
yeah.
No Olive Garden. I don't like Olive Garden.
No.
Not good.
No.
I'll take Spaghetti Factory over the Olive Garden.
No.
Any day of the week.
We gotta wrap up the stream.
Applebee's,
because
Chili's.
I'm drooling myself now here. Because we started.
Price is no object.
We started.
Applebee's or Chili's.
Yeah, thank you. Or Denny's. Is it your?
Leave the stand up to Mitch.
Yeah.
Didn't we say that earlier today?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not getting it. Never give up. That's all I'm saying.
Don't quit your day job. All right.
Okay, everybody. Oh, you know where we could go? Fleming's or Durant's. $100 a plate.
Yeah, that's quite polite.
We could go to
What's the one that Morton's?
Morton's Steakhouse?
Is a top notch, but I mean everything.
P.F.
is-
Chang's.
Everything is a la carte there at
Yeah.
Morton's.
Or Tarbell's. Tarbell's is pretty cool. Mark Tarbell. Google him. What else? I guess we're going to have to continue this discussion.
Yeah.
Because they're like, what's he talking about?
Yeah.
Kentucky Fried Chicken? Jack in the Box? Chick-fil-A?
No,
Cane's Chicken?
No, Taco Bell.
Raising Cane's? Del Taco?
Del Taco, yeah.
Rallies?
Or what's the one with the bowl? Chipotle.
Chipotle? Subway?
Yeah, no thanks.
It's good because you make it, you tell them what you want. So if they didn't make it right, it's your fault. It doesn't taste good.
Yeah.
Just like those pizza places where they'll, just like Subway, you tell them what you want and they make it like Blaze Pizza or Pieology or any of those other. If you don't like it, everybody says it's always so good. Well, yeah, because you told them how to make it.
Yeah.
If you didn't like it, it's your fault. I don't really think those places are good. Just because you told them how to make it the way you like it doesn't make it better.
Yeah.
And besides, how many diseases has people, how many people have gotten sick from Chipotle?
That's true.
And they paid money for that.
Yeah.
I can get sick for free. Well, there goes my sponsorship from Chipotle now. I'm just knocking them down one by one. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Thanks for all the contributions. Mitch, wonderful job.
Thank you. I mean, you helped, but it's a dynamite build, and again,
You're going to be happy with
it's
this.
quiet
And
and
here's the problem now. You're not going to be happy with the other computers at your house now.
rough.
Now that you've got a completely different perspective, you will not be happy with the other machines.
Yeah.
Once you get used to this, whether it's noise, performance, you're just not going to be happy anymore. Ignorance was bliss.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you so much. Everybody participating in the chat, joining. There will be a parts list in the video later on when the video's made available after YouTube processes it, so you guys can see all the parts.
Yeah.
And a link to your channel. I'll be sure to include that. Maybe a link to that USB 3.0 SSD to USB Dealy Bobbler. But that's also a separate video here in my channel. There's over 700 videos if you're new here. You got work to do. Catch up. Thank you guys so much. I will see you all again tomorrow when we pick up on Franklin's build. We'll get that wrapped up tomorrow as well. The part that I needed came in today.
Okay.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
Thanks, everyone.
Either early or late.
Yeah.
We'll see you all tomorrow.
Bye.